All right. Are we live? Oh, sorry for the microphone. Things are going to be... There you go. Check, check. Yeah. Oh, what? To my window. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Yeah, so I had to like re-download Windows. Things were messed up. Things were very messed up. So things are going to be a little different. Just a wee bit different. Because I had to reset all my settings and all that stuff, so. Yeah, it's a bit of a pain, but it looks like chat box is working fine enough at least. Let's make that just a little bit bigger. Ho! What you mean with the title? Guys see this? You guys see this? That's not the usual price of bloated corpses. What is this? Seekers of Slanesh? At a balanced price? What are these? Why are the skull crushers so cheap? What happened? Did CA finally put out the update that I've been waiting for my entire life? Or did I make a mod that made Uncle Frunkle a reasonable price? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. Oh, you think I'm stopping with the units? Absolutely not. What's this? Oh, sorry, I'm getting a knock on the door. 1 second. Okay, we're back. Anyways, audio might sound a bit different. Let me know if the audio balancing is terrible. But yeah, there's a few things that are kind of different. What is this? Transmutation of lead lasts 100 seconds? Who could have done such a thing? Who would be so incentivized to cause such madness? Alright, let's take a look here. Skitterleaf? Skitterleaf lasts 100 seconds? It lasts 100 seconds. Would you look at that? Oh my gosh. Let's see here. What else is there? What else is there? I changed I changed one spell for each lore. Rune of Speed. 90-second duration. Upgrade it to 120. Why not? The spell sucks. It sucked before. I want to see what people can do with 45% speed units. Now, some of this might be OP. Especially on the spell front. Most of the units I balanced to other units, but the spells, we've never seen buff spells with such insane durations before. Let's see, where's the other one? Lore of Yang, Stone Ground Stance. I made Stone Ground Stance last 96 seconds. It's pretty cool. How many people are gonna play them? So here's the thing. I'm the one hosting tournaments. I'm the only person with the time to host tournaments on the consistent. So what I can do is I can host like a normal tournament. And then do a, not 69 lame, Y96. I doubled, tripled, or quadrupled the speeds based on things. Most of them are just doubled. But yeah, I'm hosting tournaments, so I can kind of balance it as, as I want to. So I can host like a normal tournament, and then host like a modded tournament. And this mod is pretty light. It's a pretty light touch. So like, obviously these are the most extreme things. Do the finals with the mod. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Anyways, I don't think it would count on the leaderboard. But here's the thing. Most armies are almost exactly the same. So like this mod is not a complete overhaul of balance. That's not what I wanted. Also, if someone could help me test this out, the mod's in the description. I'll actually host a lobby. So I have Terran's mod. Sorry, if my microphone's peaking, I'm so sorry. Check. Okay, that shouldn't be peaking now. Check. Okay. Anyways, if someone downloads the Total Tavern map pack and this mod that is in the description, you should be able to join this lobby and we can actually test to see if this works or not. But yes, number one, it's also very good to, well, actually, okay, it's just another thing. It's very good to present to Creative Assembly to advocate for changes, because if even extreme things work, then it should be fine. I basically went through every faction. I went through every spell, and I looked for things that nobody uses. I'm not here to do fine-tuning balance, right? I am but a single man. And as big as my ego is, it is not so big that I'm going to make it where, you know, I'm like fine-tuning the numbers. No. But like things where I am qualified to say, I can say that no one takes Kazrak. No one takes this guy. So why not? Why not make Kazrak 300 gold cheaper? Why not make him 300 gold cheaper? I bet you couldn't even tell. You couldn't even tell that Kazrak was 300 gold cheaper. You know why? Nobody uses this guy. Just make him cheap. All right, like look, if a War Gore on a Razor Gore chariot costs 1,200, and people aren't running War Gores, you know, Kazrak takes up your Lord slot. Just make him decent. Right now, I can adjust the numbers as needed, but some of these guys, you never see any play with them. All right, you know who else is a fan favorite? You know who else loves to talk about this character? Freaking Rapance. Make her a decent price, right? If a Barded Warhorse Paladin costs 650, Rapance, you know, she should at least be a little bit cheaper. I had to reduce her price by 200, and I don't know if I would still rather take her than a Paladin. That's how bad she is. So why not? Can you believe Rapance normally costs 200 gold more than this? Blessed Trebuchets. When was the last time you saw a proper Blessed Trebuchet use? Minus 250. Normal Trebuchets, minus 100. Right, these are like big changes to actually make some of these things useful for once. Uncle Frunkle. He's a reasonable price. Craft here, you're gonna love this one. The Green Giant, 1,600. I mean, I gave him minus 400 gold. Do you know why? Because here's the thing. Giants cost 1,400, and people don't even use giants. So a terracotta being scaled to giant tier is not that bad. It really is not, right? You get a tankier giant, you have to pay a little bit more money. But come on, man, just make them a little cooler. Dwarves, they got giant slayers with the price reduction. Empire, oh my gosh, yo, Empire. Look at that. Null iron sides. They might even be runnable now. They only cost 700. It's still really expensive, but they only cost 700. Aren't giants used in land battle? That's the best part. You don't have to use this mod for land battle. And I also did it where the stats of the units are the same. This is very important for familiarity, because when you start changing stats, people don't really know how units work anymore. People don't really know how units work anymore, and they have to relearn the units, and you're like, why am I playing this mod when it doesn't apply for tournaments at all, right? You're not really learning anything, right? Because it's just a completely different unit. But when you only adjust the price point, then the only difference is that the unit itself, you can actually just run it, right? Your army is slightly larger if you use this unit. So that part helps a lot. You could tell I've been thinking about this my entire life. People use giants, what do you mean? I'm saying giants are on the cusp of barely usable, but yeah, they don't really get used. Obviously, these are not going to work in land battle. This is a domination-specific balance mod for domination-specific problems. All right? It just makes sense. It just makes sense. The only thing that is on the more extreme end is this, right? The fact that I went ham on a lot of these spells. But like, look, let's say this spell is like OP. I can just tune the numbers, make it not OP, right? But I'm sick and tired of seeing people run Melkoths. All right, if anything, this tournament format will help players learn more about the game. Because we already know how Melkoths works, right? No one actually knows how buff spells work in the current meta. Like, no one actually knows because we've never been incentivized to run them. So, like, these will be interesting, right? Shield of Thorns, 60 seconds now. Look at that, right? It could go which way. Now, yeah, like I said, this is just the first iteration of the mod. And I did write down in my little thingamajig the intent. I don't want to create an entirely new meta. Specifically what we want, before people start rioting, specifically what I want is I want diversity. This is not a political statement, although there's nothing wrong with it, but anyways. I want people to bring different armies, okay? So like, if Slaanesh has really strong stuff, okay, we're not gonna touch that so much, right? Slight Hellstrider increases Seekers so we don't have to just outright ban them all the time. But like, let's get the Chaos Knights in, right? And this doesn't really, like, if you play with this mod, you don't really get worse. You shouldn't get worse at unmodded, right? So for example, because the stats are the same, and I've said this before, but people are coming in, so I'll repeat myself. Because the stats are the same, you just get a feel for the unit, right? It gets cheap enough where you can bring the unit, and you can see generally where the value actually stacks up. And then when you play unmodded, you can be like, okay, this unit's going to be more expensive. Is it worth bringing? For the other game mode. Like, let's say you actually start running, let's see here, like the Cathay Terracotta, or, oh, this one's great. Sword Masters of Hoeth, 1100. I scaled Sword Masters of Hoeth to Marauder Champion Great Weapons. So they have less HP than Marauder Champions. And they actually have less stats on many fronts. They have a lot less stats on many fronts. Obviously, they have way higher melee attack, but, this probably makes them slightly better than Marauder Champions, because Rage, I don't think, is as good as Martial Mastery. Yeah, it's kind of a toss-up. But, Phoenix Guard, Sword Masters, right? Once you start using these units, right, you'll get a feel for them, and then maybe some of these you'll actually run. Maybe I can send the data to CA and be like, hey, Sword Masters performed, they're still not getting used, even though I made them 1100. So this first patch, though, is going to be rather extreme, because there's no point working on a mod and doing a bunch of minor changes that no one actually makes use of. The next iteration, and I'll be working on this a lot, the next iteration will have much better, balancing. But I just want this to get started. The general goal, though, is like, it has to be pretty close. It should feel like unmodded Warhammer, but they made, some of these things more playable. Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers costs $550 now, by the way. I've brought it up a million times. if dwarves have Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers X2 for 700 gold, Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers should cost like 550. All right, let's be real here. And it's not like people are spamming Bolt Throwers in Domination anyways. So why just make them cheaper? Just make them cheaper. It's so simple. It's right there, right? It's right there. Like it's like, you know, there's so many of these units that you never see ever. So just, you know, let's just give them the buffs. And you know, I don't have to do this after CA patches the game, you know. We don't have to use this mod. But like if the meta's been stable for the past, I don't know, let's pull a random number out of my butt. 4 months? 6 months even, maybe. All right, if the meta is getting a bit stale, why not just shake it up just a tiny bit? You can see the rest of the units are the same. Patch notes are in the link in the description. So you can take a look at the madness. Generally, I updated about 1 or 2 units per faction. That's all we did. Oh, you guys are gonna love this. The Rogue Idol. For the greenskins, I made the Rogue Idol cheaper. Made it 1700. It's still probably not usable in Domination at 1700. But hey, you know, it could be interesting. It could be interesting. Let's see here. Lizardmen. You can tell which factions I've played more because I don't really know which units to change as much. But, you know, I'm happy to talk with pro players and ask them, like, hey, what is a really cool unit that could see a nerf that nobody uses? Lord Croak, guess what his original price was? All right, 900. So here's pop quiz, right? A normal lizard slan costs 650. What did I change? How are they changed? Yeah, I'll show them all off, but it's all in the description. If you guys want to play a test run against me, download the Total Tavern map pack and the mod in the description. Join the lobby called Ent, passwords 123. If it doesn't work, hit me up with the DM because I need to make sure this mod actually runs. Anyways, Croak. Also, this is mostly, yeah, it's all price changes and some spell reworks. I haven't changed the stats of any units in this patch or in this mod because I think the consistency is really important for when you're like learning how units work. You need to know how a unit works, right? It's really easy to be like, oh, this unit, I generally get like 900 gold value with it. So, you know, in this mod, if you're running it and you get 900 gold, then it's worth. If it's unmodded and it costs more, you can judge if it's worth or not. Which is a very important thing that I wanted to stand by. But you didn't actually link the mod. What? I thought I linked it. God dang it. Mod. Wait, does the link work? It's the Total Tavern map pack? Oh, god dang it. Oh, god. That's why people are talking about the Total Tavern map pack. God dang it. No, this is not the Total Tavern map pack. It's because I reformatted the thing. Oh, I'm a goof. I'm a goof. All that just so I can link it to the Total Tavern map pack? God dang. Great mod, by the way, but that's not... All right, you can refresh the page. The description should be updated. Or you can go to the tournament link. If you're on Twitch, here's the map. Here's the mod. You made your own patch. Essentially, I made my own patch. Or, you know, it's just a mod that patches things. Why did you decide on increasing duration and not the effect itself? Same reason as for units. Because I want spells, I want them to feel familiar. As much as I want CA to change like the effect and amp it up, if I start doing that, I'm basically introducing new spells, and the information you get from playing the mod doesn't transfer over to unmodded. You know, not as well anyways. So if that happens, then generally people will be less interested to play because it's just so different, right? You want to be able to practice for both modes. So like, for example, one thing you could do for this mod, just play a normal army, right? All the units basically cost the same anyways. So like if you like, also by the way, Croak used to cost 1400. This is a way better price. Croak should not cost 1400. Let's be real here. I know he's good, but if a normal Slann Mage Priest of Fire with better magic costs like almost 1,000 less than Croak, that's garbage. Anyways, Croak is cheaper. Nakai the Wanderer is 200 gold cheaper because nobody really runs this guy. Let's see here. Marauders are cheaper, but like, yeah, here's the thing, right? Nobody's really running these units in normal domination. So if you want to play this mod as if it's unmodded, just go for a normal build, right? Like, who cares, right? And then, yeah, your opponents will have like a slight advantage because they have more options than you. But assuming I balance it well, that shouldn't matter as much. And like, you know, you just make a normal build and you just play some normal domination. Totally fine. Which should make this mod a little bit more, you know, acceptable by the peoples. Bloated corpses, I didn't want to go too extreme. I think bloated corpses at 250 is good to make them, maybe you take it. I think 250 you probably take it most of the time. But I don't want to make the modded units like you must take them. Optimally, everything that I've added in, you know, once I've gone through a couple iterations, optimally, everyone will just run them sometimes as a little tech piece. Necrofex Colossus is 1600 now, by the way. Cheap Necrofex, only 1600. But yeah, if they're taking it all the time, though, I'm going to roll back some of the changes. Yo, the Gallows Giant at 1800, though? Yo, it's so sick. It's so sick, man. I'm looking at this. I'm like, holy crap. I'm like excited for like all these new units and lords. You know who else is cheaper now? Queen Khalida. Hi, Queen Khalida. She's finally cheaper. She's 1100. I don't think anyone thinks that's OP. I don't know. Maybe it is OP. But like, look, just compare it to a Vargulf, right? Khalida will cost 300 gold less than a Vargulf. But she has 2,300 less HP. And you also can't bring the other cool lords. Is it only 2 mods? It should only be 2 mods. You can't join the lobby. I'll see if I can fix it. I might need to let's see here. Is your total tavern map pack the first mod and then my mod is the second? I think order matters. Anyways, Khalida's cheaper now. Like, just, you know, we'll just make it sick. Also, are you practicing? Well, yeah, the tournament starts in what, like 37 minutes? All right, here, let me see if I can get this mod going properly. 1 second. All right, yeah, I'll see if I can. It might be because the mod that I have is like the mod that I was working with and not actually downloaded from the thingamajig. So let me just do that real quick. This is my first time actually doing a mod, so I have to I gotta see if I can make this work. So let's see here. Where's it at? Data, launcher. So if I go to data and then domination rebalance.pack. So if I delete that and then I go to the workshop and download my own mod. Let's see here. So if I go here, unsubscribe, resubscribe. Let's see if this works. And then I can do a show match with Karavthir. And he can play with the Dread Cathay Terracotta. The game version is 6.14 and everything. Okay. Do you want to get a lobby up, Karavthir, and I'll see if I can join it. Okay, so okay, so that looks like it's working. So Total Tavern Map Pack and then my mod are there. Okay. Blood Knight should be cheaper or buffed. Oh yeah, Blood Knights. I was looking at the vampire counts list and I couldn't really figure out what to buff. They are actually pretty strong. Blood Knights could like probably get like a minus 100. Let's be real though. But yeah, so some big changes. I changed Chaos Knights. I made Bone Giant a bit cheaper. I made Hyrule Titan 300 gold cheaper. I made Doom Knights 100 gold less. I made the Mutilith Vortex Beast minus 400 gold. Cockatrice minus 100. Bloated Corpses minus 150. Necrofex minus 200. Vlad Von Karstein minus 300 for the memes. No one uses Vlad. It would be OP otherwise, but let's see here. Where's Caravthir's thing? Does it work? Is it working? Yeah, this mod is it's not really a multiplayer fix. That means it's like it's too involved. This is a introduction of unused units mod. This is an unused units getting love mod. Oh yeah, Karen and Hex rates. Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, this is what I mean, right? So I need to actually talk with more players. Yeah. Hex rates. Yeah, Hex rates I'll change. The lore passive I'm not going to touch. It's just, it changes a little bit too much. But yeah, Karen rates. Those ones you never see. You absolutely never see. Oh my gosh, he's in. Yo, I made Warp Grinders 450. I made Warp Grinders 450. All right, here we go. Oh, look at these shenanigans. Okay, sick. This is so sick. All right, so Caravthir. Oh yeah, I also made, fun fact. I made, where's it at? I reduced the price of Nangao Grenadiers. Oh wait, okay. I made them too cheap. They're supposed to only be minus 75. Whatever. Let's just see how good they are at 375. Generally, I think they're probably slightly better than archers, but I don't know. Archers do have way better range. I think in my actual notes, they're supposed to be a little bit more expensive, but anyways, this is my first mod. Okay, cut me some slack. Anyways, Caravthir, you go ham. You go absolutely ham. I'm going to go a normal Corrin build. I'm going to go a normal Corrin build. Or Corrin's a little bit too hard to counter, right? Let's go, let's see here. Let's go, what's like a normie? It's like oh yeah, Black Dragon. 1,750. Is it usable? I have no idea, but some people like to bring Hydras and Charybdises. So for a slightly higher price, taking a Black Dragon, it's gotta be good, right? This thing has 25% missile resist. What could go wrong? Let's see here. Go Lizardman. All right, sure. I'll go Lizardman. Let's see. You know, I might as well run the buff Nikai though. Have you what is this? What about Loopy's mod and Domination? What's it? I've talked with Loopy before. I personally like having my own modded experience because then I don't have to like I can put changes out way faster. All right, there we go. Give us Papa Croak. All right, sure. Croak at full kit is still really expensive. Can you believe this guy used to cost like 500 gold more? Like even at like this price, he's still really expensive, man. He's so expensive. What the crap? He's still 1,300. The Supreme Shield of the old ones is good, but God, a spellcaster that can't really fight? Like, okay, I guess he causes fear. Oh God, he's unbreakable and kind of tanky though. Prove he's viable. Oh boy, all right. Let's see here. So yeah, we'll go Croak, and then the rest will just be pretty normie Lizardman shenanigans, right? Sure, I'll go for Croxagores. But yeah, in general, things should be pretty close. Now remember, I changed a lot of spells. I changed one spell per lore of magic. One buff spell. What did you do that CA did not do? I finally implemented a mod to make all the unusable units maybe usable. Like bloated corpses. I finally made them cost less than 400 gold. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. What about buffing the Feral Dino? I'm not going to be buffing units that are already sometimes used. Because the end goal is to make the worst units sometimes usable. That way we stay fairly close to the current patch. Unless I get really good at balancing. I don't trust myself to be good enough at balancing to finagle all those like more minor things, because there's a high chance that I end up screwing it up. So I'm just gonna play it safe. And do it. Just a light touch for most of these. What else do I want? Some capture weight. All right, sure, this is good enough. Face me, Karavdir. But yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Yeah, also, it's not like CA can't do it at all, right? But there is one thing that CA can't do, and that's push out regular balance updates. So what this mod intends to do is to try and get ahead of the game and try to... This primarily will be best suited. You know, like the title's obviously a little clickbaity. There's a little bit more mean to CA than I give them credit for. Although some people may disagree. But this mod primarily is best used after we've had a couple months into a patch and things are getting a little bit boring and we want to play around with some new units and some interesting spells. You know, if a meta just like really stagnates and there's not enough variety in builds, this mod is specifically there to still allow the standard builds that are in the meta currently, but also have way more stuff. Now, let's see. Let's see. I forgot my stream thingy. Let's see here. I have to like reset all my stream stuff. My PC got absolutely borked and I had to reset Windows. Big pain in the butt. That's why I wasn't streaming for a bit. Stream Labs OBS. All right, here we go. He's ready. He bought the green giant. Do I have range units? Oh, technically. Wait, I gotta see now. I must know. This is an interaction that has never been seen before. Because nobody's ever done this. Does anyone know if the rock drop gets redirected by the green giant or the green guardian? All right, here we go. I hope so. Oh man, here we go. Also, he has a crazy build. Look at those terracottas. It's fine, I got Nakai with his resist aura. All right, how does this work? Does that? It doesn't. What a ripoff. What a big old ripoff. Oh, it doesn't redirect the rock drops. It does redirect the missiles though, so I actually can't camp them. Also, I just noticed that these guys are useless when he has Crowman all the time, but you know, whatever. Whatever. Let's get some Coldwind Spear Riders here. Why not? We'll just park these guys over here. We'll do some of this. Let's see. I think I need to have... What was it? Is it status icons on? No. Fire arcs... Portraits? Unit icons. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right. That's the Warhammer I remember. Let's see. What's Croak gonna do? Also, yo, can I kill these guys? Oh god, yo, they're kind of terrifying. Usually I wouldn't fight them, but I gotta give them something, right? Holy crap, dude, I'm getting massacred. I've been clickbaited. There's no bloated corpses here. I should totally do a coast game with bloated corpses. It would be magnificent. Also, this Terracotta is actually like really good for anti-scare. I would have killed him with pterodons otherwise. I totally would have just massacred him with pterodons, but him being there is actually kind of a pain. Oh yeah, here we go. It's croaking time. Let's see. So we get a Saurus Warrior over there, and then get a bubble. We'll blast all of his crowmen to death. Holy crap, Croak. And he doesn't cost two. Holy crap, 1,500? Oh my god. Wait, did Croak actually just get 1,500 gold value? At those numbers, you'd run Croak without the price reduction. That's great. That's some crazy Croak value right there. I think he just deleted like all his cavalry and all his crowmen. Oh, that's hilarious. Croak, the ultimate anti-blob answer. Now, I still have no range units, but it's fine. We'll kill him in melee. You think bloats risk being legitimately cracked at 350? Absolutely not at 350. At 250, hard maybe. But yeah, I'm not going to actually change any of... I don't intend to change any of the unit stats. Only the price. Only the price, because this is not meant to be an extreme overhaul mod. It's meant to just be, you know, it's meant to just make some of the underused units usable. Alright, Jade Warrior Halberds, not a big deal. Well, yeah, some Cav over here and some Crowmen, that's totally fine. I don't think that's dodgeable. I don't think that's dodgeable. I'm pretty sure they just die. Also, Nakai with his perfect vigor aura. Sick. Absolutely sick. Oh my god, Croak. He got delivered. Oh my gosh, Jade Warriors. Holy crap, that's hilarious. Is Croak good? I don't know. I still have no idea if I would actually use Croak normally. But that is absolutely hilarious how good it is against Cathay here. Because they're kind of getting brutalized. Let's see. Oh god, Lord Croak. He just needed to be a little bit cheaper. He shouldn't cost 2,000 gold. Yeah, yo, he's getting absolutely croaked right now. Hey, look at that. 1,900. Let's go. Let's see, what else do I get now? Probably just more Cav spam. You can see the single entity squad isn't that scary. When you have perfect vigor infantry kind of just surrounding them. Even when the terracottas cost a reasonable price, they still kind of suck. This is what I mean. I will say that this guy's kind of beat up. Can he kill Miao Ying though? A big old snipe on Miao Ying would be pretty jokes. He's summoning more dudes. Night Goblin, Archer Fanatics, and Nasty Skulkers together with base trolls. Sorry, what? Alright, here we go. Also, Croak can be pretty scary, but like only versus really low mobility factions. Even his, a lot of his spells are dodgeable by cavalry. But anyways, at this price, he is still 300 gold more expensive than your normal cavalry. Or not your normal Slann mage priest. Croak is not, you know, he's still more expensive than a normal caster. So, you know, if you compare it to like Burning Head or something like that, he should still be fine. Also, I made Missile Mirror last a really long time. That should be very interesting. But yeah, green skins, they got the price cuts. Yeah, Terracotta. Yeah, Terracottas kind of suck. Did these guys even pay for themselves? Okay, yeah, you see that? So the Green Guardian. I've been feeding him units the entire battle, and only now did he pay for his reduced price point. Only now did he pay for his reduced price point. And he's been getting heals too. This is like the perfect situation for him, right? So I think the price that I ended up at is pretty good for him. It feels pretty nice. Can I get another It's a spell there? Yeah, also just Cathay single entities in general don't really do that well against lizard men. Lizard men have it good. Come on, I missed my shot. Shot number 2, get him. Beat him up. Get in there, Croak. Oh my god, get in, son. Oh man, it feels so good using Croak without getting absolutely bankrupt. Oh my gosh, and he's dead. He's dead, we did it. Alrighty. Very nice. So that's a pretty good sign. Honestly, this would be great content for Terran too. Because since it's only price changes and a few spell reworks, a lot of these matches will look like normal Warhammer matches. But for some reason, people are bringing terracottas and the Green Guardian and stuff. So you finally get to see these units. Anyways, Croak got 1,000,000 value. Sorry, I forgot to check his thingamajig, but there is a non-modded tournament coming up. As soon as that's done, though, we'll be doing mad tournament. Should be fun. Thank you, Karavdir, for the test. Also, yeah, the Blobbin, it's absolutely wreckaronied you. But thank you for playing. We can play another one. I gotta try out the Vampire Coast Bloated Corpses. I must. Yeah, Green Guardian finally paid for himself. Normal Terracotta, not so much. Dang, really. And it wasn't like exceptionally paid for themselves anyways. Alright, Karavdir, give it to me. Pentabloat time. I gotta try out, let's see, what magic here? Okay, so here's a fun one. I made Curse of Years last 64 seconds. 11 Winds of Magic for a 64-second silence. Does seem pretty insane until you realize that Glean Magic is actually quite similar. You know, it has different effects. The other one is melee debuff, so Curse of Years, I don't know. No one's using Glean Magic though, right? So like Curse of Years being this crazy is actually not that insane. Although it is an AoE ability, so like who knows? Maybe it's completely broken. But like, let's just see it. Nobody uses Curse of Years, man. Absolutely nobody uses Curse of Years. Let's just see it. Yeah, more than a minute. And I think I only doubled this one. Let's see here. Curse of Years. Yeah, I doubled the duration on a lot of these. I still wouldn't run that Curse of Years on a lore with Zombie Summons and Wind of Death. Yeah, the Wind of Death and Zombie Summons are really good. Might as well do it, though. Let's see. All right, so we'll just take a cheapo Lord. We'll take Curse of Years. We'll run the Pentabloat. Should be fun. So what if I run Pentabloat? You know, there's another fun magic I really want to just try. Spiteful Shot. The thing is, people can't even tell what Spiteful Shot does most of the time. So I like quadrupled or tripled or whatever its accuracy. I have no idea if it's good or not, but I gotta see. I gotta see if you put it on cannons. Technically, it only applies to 10 cannon shots, even though it lasts 100 seconds. But yeah, I tripled its duration. It's time for a Gallows Giant. I'm not gonna go that crazy. Yeah, if the spell's too powerful, you can just adjust. Let's see here. So maps, let's go to Dunes of Cain. We'll go Dunes of Cain. And yeah, I got my Pentabloat. And I'm going to use Spiteful Shot on the carronades. And maybe it'll be sick. I know. I know. Yeah, you can overcast it. You can overcast it for 216 seconds. Oh boy. I really wonder, like, this is the perfect test for it though. What if I put it on a Necrofex Colossus? I feel like that would actually be... I can put on Necrofex Colossus. I'll have deck gunners. Maybe I can do that. Oh man, it's so funny. It's so fun. I'm so excited though. Like, so this mod nerfs very few units. It nerfs very few units. So it should actually... It'll give everyone something to play with. That's the whole point. You know, and then it just encourages people to try out things that they've never tried out before. If I can get some interesting games to send to Terran, I think the mod is already doing its job. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Necrofex Sniper. I'm gonna try Sniper Necrofex at 1600. Now it's Curse of Decades. Oh man. Oh man, here we go. Yeah, I really wonder if the Pentabloat is actually OP or not. So at 250, they are now an actual legitimate threat. If he gets a Jade Lancer to clip the bloats and they deal half damage to the Jade Lancer, it's kind of eh. If they trade into a unit of Peasant Horsemen, that's not bad. It's not bad. But the bloats definitely, they might need to be 300. We'll see. Because they might just like delete all elite infantry. But monstrous infantry eat bloats for breakfast. Same with single entities. So if they are a problem, you can... Like, people will just shift to taking monstrous units and single entities, and it should be fine in theory, but... Let's see. Yes, here's the thing, Maximillionaire, right? The bloat has to make it to the unit, so that's the big question mark. Though, you could say something similar about 400, right? Because 400 you trade about evenly into chaff. At 250 you're almost always going to trade up into chaff. So it's probably pretty sick. But here's the thing. When I use bloated corpses in normal quick battle, where the players are not that good on quick battle, usually at most I hit 3 bloats. Against a good player, you know, I can hit as little as like 1 bloat out of 5 if they're like really worried about getting hit by them. So we'll have to see. Then again, you know, Karathir is newer to the scene. So maybe I'll just stress his micro out with 5 whole bloats. We'll see, we'll see. Here we go. How much are minor blasting charges? They're the same. Yeah. This mod is not intended to rebalance, you know, the game as a whole. It's purely to get new units in. And to have fun with these guys. Alright, here we go. Did he take Missile Mirror? Oh, he went for Dragon's Breath. He didn't even go for the new and improved spells. What a guy. Alright, here we go. 2 minutes. Oh my god. That looks absurd, the duration. Alright, here's the thing though. They weren't in combat though, which is kind of a goofball maneuver by me. I just really wanted to see it though. How accurate does it make him though? I must know. Oh dang, look at that. Okay, pretty good shots. Dang, deck gunners. Kind of nailing those Crowmen. Although he's totally just gonna dive them and my buff is just gonna sit there and be useless for a bit. Oh god, he has single entities. Oh god, there's 500 gold down the drain. Alright, well that's just a misplay on my part. Let's see. The thing is, you still can't. I just lost 500 gold for nothing. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Okay, Spiteful Shot didn't really do much either. Okay, you know what? Screw you. Screw you. Silence for 1 minute. Oh god, he landed on my bloat. Oh boy. I'm not using these bloats properly. They're way more suited to being played defensively. Yeah, it's crazy though, right? So now you have like a really big swing unit. Oh god, how do you protect these guys though? I need like, yeah, they have to be in gun range, so you can't just YOLO them. You can tell how little I know to play with bloated corpses. This is a tragedy. Yeah, don't YOLO the bloats. Yeah, single entities so easily just shut them down. All right, it's fine. I have my my Lord and Caster here coming on in. Run, little bloaty. Oh god, stay away from my infantry. It's fine. I have resummons for them. It'll be sick. All right, clearly I need depth guard. Look, his build's kind of weird anyways. And he can't cast spells for another 13 seconds. That should work out pretty well. I totally should have spiteful shotted the Necrofex Colossus, by the way. It was a great tragedy that I did not do that. As if I had, it would have been sick. We could have seen Sniper Elite Necrofex Colossus. Now I just have a spiteful shot upgraded on cooldown for another forever. That is one of the counters intentionally. Once the timer gets really long on your spells, you're really dedicating yourself to upgrading that one unit for a long time. Also, yeah, I think bloats in reserve is way better than bloats in your starting army. I think bloats in reserve, once the single entities are tied up and out of position, is like infinitely better. But these things you can only learn later. Where does he have Searing Doom from? From this lady? Okay, he's just going damage spells. Let's see here. What do I have? You there. Go over there. Yeah, I could Curse of Years them. If I cast it here, though, does it... Like, does it work or what? I must know. Is it sticky? Or if they leave the bubble, are they uncursed of years? Because then Maximilianer might be right about it. Kinda sucking still. Alright, here we go. Come on. 8 more seconds. 8 more seconds and we get Sniper Elite Necrofex Colossus. Come on. Crap, 30 more seconds. It hasn't paid for itself? It still hasn't paid for itself. Technically, with an army full of cav, the Necrofex should be at least a little scary, but I guess he has a lot of single entities, making it a bit more difficult. Yeah, like here's the thing, right? So if I summon a bloated corpse here, he could still just sick a single entity on it. I don't know if that actually works or not. Well, you know, this fight's going pretty well though. Necrofex doing all right. Run, you little Necrofex. Run, you bad boy. Get out of there. Does Spiteful Shot even do anything if your units are perpetually stuck in melee? Hard to tell. Did he just missile mirror it? He missile mirrored it. Wait, who has a missile mirror? Does he have a... Yeah, wait, how'd he cast a missile mirror on it? Who did that? Alright, well, Missile Mirror has a 1-minute cooldown. You might think that's crazy, but for 10 Winds of Magic, Burning Head just kills units outright. So a minute shutdown on a unit for 10 Winds of Magic is actually not as extreme as you'd expect. It sounds scary, but... we'll have to see if it truly is. Okay, so we gotta... No! Oh, God, it's face! Oh, God, that's hilarious. Will you be playing Nurgle today? I have to play Coast, right? When we go with the mod. Alright, yeah, what cast Missile Mirror? I don't even know. Okay, there we go. Duration's gone. Sniper Elite Necrofex. Kerblamo. Honestly, is pretty normal, right? Necrofex doesn't even need, it doesn't really need accuracy most of the time, but like, come on, 200 seconds. It looks hilarious. Yeah, you can turn off Fire at Will. Let's go! All right, you know, honestly, it was pretty good. It was very accurate. Bloated Corpse just hit my animated Hulks, I guess, sure. Honestly, this battle, I cannot find a use for Bloated Corpses. But then again, he didn't take any infantry, so it's kind of an exception. All right. All right, back to normie units. Back to normie units, right? We gotta be boring for a bit. We'll get some of these dudes. Oh, man. Yo, this is so good, though. Maybe the shotguns with Spiteful Shot. Yeah, I have no idea how that actually works, even. But, like, see, here's the thing now, right? People are talking about Spiteful Shot. So, Curse of Yours, yeah, if she leaves the bubble, Curse of Yours doesn't even apply. You have to cast it on the unit so it sticks to them. Very important thing to note. But yeah, like, this is, you know, I really like these long impact spells. Because you can't switch it off of units easily. Like, you see, I put down my Necrofex. He shuts down the Necrofex. This spell is now on extremely long cooldown. So, like, it can't really become that problematic, right? If you can just shut down the range unit. Unless it makes, like, Vampire Coast artillery or cannons or something just, like, ludicrous. But, like, it doesn't seem that bad. You know? What has he done that CA could not? I'm gonna get this question asked a lot today, aren't I? I went ahead and just made a bunch of the unplayable units possibly playable. Possibly playable. I made a mod with bloated corpses at 250. 4 Luminarchs. Yo, I was thinking about buffing Luminarchs, but their range attack is so borked. I don't even want to encourage people to run Luminarchs. Their range attack is so bugged, they like barely fire. I don't want to trick people into accidentally taking Luminarchs and being sad again, you know? Terran already had to face that once. Let's not do that again. Yeah, an Anticity balance patch. I hired myself to the balance team. Oh boy. Anyways, we do win this battle. Mass infantry versus mobile Cathay is really rough unless you play it super duper carefully. But he did lose a lot of his cav to my halberds. Unfortunately for Crafter. Anyways, unfortunately we have a normal tournament coming up. But as soon as that's done, I'm going to host my modded tournament now that we know it works. Get the bloats! Get the bloats in, come on! Get in there, boys! What's this title mean? I made my own balance mod. You can decipher it through the thumbnail, because bloats are way cheaper than they should be. Alright, here we go. That's how people get hired. Hear about the Civ 7 modder that got hired. CA, I know you're watching. Okay, if CA hires me to the balance team, though, like... I would love to be hired as, like, an advisor, but, like, as an actual 9-to-5 worker, though, that honestly seems like a pretty rough gig. I don't know. I don't know if I would like that very much. Yeah, so I made Kazrak stronger too, by the way. All the loved units. All the units that the community wants to see. Warp grind, or warp grinders. Kazrak. I made Greasus 400 gold cheaper. I made Greasus, he's still pretty bad at 400 gold cheaper, by the way. Cause he's just gonna get sniped a lot of the time, but like, hey, he's 400 gold cheaper. That's what they did to the Demon Princes. No one's running Demon Princes. So, you know, I'm sure it's fine. What unit even needs accuracy? That's the point. I could make Spiteful Shot last 50 years and people still might not use it. But who knows? Who knows? It's a brand new world we find ourselves in. These peasant horsemen are going to get deleted off the face of the planet. For the low, low price of 1,000 gold. I love how we tried to de-summon them. The last second de-summon. Oh my god. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I love it so much. Oh my god. This is actually the funniest thing ever. I'm gonna have everyone send me replays. Everybody. Everybody's gonna have to send me their replays, and I'm gonna cover everything. I'm gonna cover all the replays. Oh my god. Let's see here. Oh god. Alright. Alright, here we go. Yeah, this is a mod. This is a mod. Did any of them pay for themselves? Hey, let's go! One got 145. Let's go! Oh god. Yo, bloated corpses is so hard to land. But just the threat of bloats at 250 is good enough for me, okay? I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh god. Garrick, thank you very much for the prime stuff. I'm still setting up my my alerts for when people also Crafty, I got my tournament to get to, unfortunately. But yeah. Dashboard. Yeah, I'm still getting the thing set up. So I might miss a few donations and such. Let's see, I think it's this that I want. Recent events. Yeah. So I need to get this. How do I do this? I also have my opponent, Martin. So I gotta get him going. Yeah, how do I get this widget working? All widgets. Is there like a recent event widget? Event list. Hell yeah. Okay. I can copy that. Copy. And then I go to my OBS. I gotta restart Warhammer. Don't worry, guys. Don't panic. Docs. Custom browser doc. Events. Put the URL in there. Apply it. Slap it in. Nice. Alright. Unfortunately, yeah. This is unmodded. Whoopsie daisies. I forgot to declare my faction. I'm so sorry. Let's see. I was too wrapped up in the in the joys of cheaper bloats. Is it okay if I play? I don't know. What faction should I play? What's? Oh crap! I lost my my weakest faction list. Is it okay if I play? Who should I play, guys? Who should I play? I could play Greenskins. That should be fine. He says sure. Alright. I haven't played Greenskins in like ages. Corn. Too late. Sorry, guys. Alright. We'll play some Green Boys. We'll get this tournament done, and then I'll show off the mod more. Kislev Cavalry spam. It'd be pretty BM if I don't pick my faction and then go Kislev Cavalry spam. Let's play a weaker faction. All right. Multiplayer battles. Martin. We're joining the game. Alrighty. We got a lot of messages to catch up on. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was by the way, this mod idea. It's been suggested a lot of times before, but the person that actually got me working on it, you know, that encouraged me to do it was Catus. Very much appreciated. If you have somebody to thank for giving me the idea, it is him. Let's hear. Greenskins. Here we go. Martin. Crap, I don't have my army blocker. I have nothing. Let's see here. Image. Army blocker. And then and then I could just take a random thumbnail, right? Sure. That's a pretty good one. Ah, hell yeah. There we go. And we just move this down a little bit. Ah, yeah. Let's go. All right. All right. And also someone to blame if we don't like it? Yes, exactly. No. No. All right. Sick. It's Greenskins versus Warriors of Chaos on what? Geyser Bluff? Okay. Alright, now this is the unmodded version. The boring version. Such is life. Let's see here. What do I do against Warriors of Chaos? What's like the usual that they do? You know, that Goblin Great Shaman was pretty hype. I just have to make sure he doesn't get surrounded. But I feel like Grom the Paunch is bait because he gets smacked by Archaon so hard. It don't feel very good. Not in the slightest. So I'm gonna pass on that one. Hype to see it in action again. Yo, my PC breaking was a rather large setup. I am very happy to be streaming again. Was the mods just spells or were there some unit buff changes? It's price reductions on units, duration increases on spells. Those are the only things we touched. Is Martin playing the Empire? Alright, here we go. Go for mass trolls. Oh boy. Alright, so he's playing Empire. Empire, right? That's pretty spicy. Aren't greenskins pretty strong into Empire though? River trolls. Ooh, double giants. Double giant is my favorite spell. Oh yeah, I made feral wyverns. In the mod, I made feral wyverns way cheaper. I think minus 250 gold. I don't think a lot of people even know that greenskins have a flying unit most of the time, because feral wyverns kind of got snuck in a very long time ago. So yeah, I did that. I done did it. All right, is this a good build or is this a terrible build? Rampage makes them so annoying to use. Yeah. Yeah, they're real bad. Alright, so I need a way to kill Empire. Empire spears and such. Also have to be able to kill Empire cavalry, of which he will have many. Let's see here. He's gonna have a whack load of spears, which I do have tools against. That's not the biggest. That's not the biggest problem. Okay, yeah. This guy I'm probably gonna have to sub out, though. Magic. What magic am I gonna take? You know what? I just want this. You know, honestly, not a terrible... Ooh, and I can do this. Oh, okay. You know what? This could actually be rather fun. This caster right here. Sure. Mumbo jumbo chant. Okay, nah. None of that. Let's see. So I can take this. And then I can take... I guess I could take this spell. What's the worst that could happen? Then we take a couple gobos as filler. That's pretty normal. Foot of Gork. Yo, Foot of Gork used to be the best spell. It ain't the best spell anymore. I'm sorry to report. But unfortunately, it kind of sucks now. At least as far as I can tell, it's fallen off quite dramatically. Sadly. Okay, this should be good enough. Let's go! I'm in denial. I think CA... I feel like spells could be a bit stronger. I don't think the problem was that damage spells, you know, in hindsight. But I don't think damage spells were the problem back in the day. I think it's that the other spells were way too weak. Spells kind of feel a little more on the lackluster side. Some of them are still really powerful, though. Like, you can get 2,000 gold with spells. But, I think everything should be about as strong as Melkoth's. So damage spells should probably get a bump so that they can catch up with that, like Burning Head, excuse me, and such. Or, like, at least Pendulum. I guess Burning Head's still fine. Aren't damage spells the reason you rarely see elite infantry? Actually, no. You rarely see elite infantry because they die to anything that does damage. Which means that they'll never be meta unless every single damage source in the game is reduced. Elite infantry just don't have enough ways to survive damage. One of the solutions I propose is to have better, at least I think I proposed it, is to have better damage mitigation abilities. That's why Wrathmongers are so good with their magic resist and low entity count. But yeah. You know, you have a really slow unit that is going to be susceptible to damage. That's bad, right? The reason Wrathmongers are fine is because they're tanky, fast, and high DPS. The formula is there, alright? It's not that hard to make another Wrathmonger. Bestigors are also really good because they're quite tanky. Good armor, high DPS. And not so expensive that you can't just, like, lose them. But, like, like, what's it? Sword Masters of Hoeth with less than 9,000 HP. That's just brutal, man. That's just a whole load of suck. Outriders and grenade launchers, fine by me. He bought a Master Engineer on a tank. Good thing I got my pseudo Carl Franz over here. Should be able to capture this point. His Outriders kind of outrange me, but not in a way exceptionally painful. He has a Bright Wizard with Burning Head, who would have guessed? Pit of Shades was one of the reasons why elite infantry weren't taken. Like, don't get me wrong. Pit of Shades absolutely was a huge reason why no one ran elite infantry. You know, if Pit of Shades was still at its full strength nowadays, I doubt people would be, you know, itching to run even, like, Bestigors. Because, like, you know, the spell just deleted... It just deleted everything, right? So, you know, it's like they are more viable than they've maybe ever been. Kind of hard to tell. But yeah, it's a variety of factors. It's not exclusively pit. Those grenades. Really? Come on, man. I'm gonna see that. I play zoomed out. I don't play that zoomed out. My goodness. Look at this guy. No respect on him. Have your brain bursted. Yeah, it's not the greatest damage ever for 7 wins, but I'll take it. Alright, so we have our cavalry in here. We have our artillery going ham. I'm generally up trading. Because, well, I'm mildly down trading, but it's fine for me because I'm still getting a lot of victory tickets over. So it's not too bad. And I also have my artillery piece here to bully his caster. The best infantry is essentially heavy cavalry. You know, they'd still be a lot slower than heavy cavalry. But it is true, where you do see elite units, you more often see them with cavalry than other options. It is true. He's shooting my pump wagons. He's shooting my pumps. Anyways, there's no point advancing towards him here. The only time you advance is if you're trading down. If you're trading down rather badly, that's about the only time you really want to go for a big advance. Otherwise, you leave yourself open to taking some very bad trades. And nobody wants that. Now, killing his caster won't really do anything. I'd much rather go for his general here. He's gonna get a few pot shots in on my lord, probably. Nope, just shoots a couple gobos. Not too worth. And I also have my Rugleds. Now, he does have some very elite Demogryph Knights. Weirdly enough, Acid Burpa's a not terrible option there. Acid Burpa is surprisingly good against his Royal Altdorf Griffites, because it has a really good Vortex ability. It's a really powerful Vortex ability that can kind of just bully him. Let's shoot up those halberds. It's a very expensive unit that is unshielded. It's definitely a happy-go-lucky time for me being able to shoot him. But yeah, we just want to get the Acid Burpa here. He's trying to line of sight my little artillery piece there. Actually goes for a bombardment. Kind of whiffs though. Not the spookiest bombardment ever. And his lord's just gonna charge on in. Fine with me. He's still not advancing. So he's given me quite a bit of respect, I must say. And there we go. There's the big single entity. Now he's gonna have to make a play at some point. Empire generally is very bad at securing points and the likes. So I really question how this is gonna pan out. Here we go, and then we'll just AoE them. Then we can bring in our pump wagons. Acid Burpa's over here. He doesn't have a healer for his lord, which is pretty good. Up. A little bit of a surround on my lord, though. He's going to have to back it up. And then Acid Burpa's just going to go ham. It does a lot of damage. It should be fairly good in situations like this. I still have my elite cavalry, too. So they can most definitely help. But he did secure the point. So now pressure's on me to get a little bit of work done. This lord is still taking some pretty big heat, though. I'd be a little worried if I was him. Acid Burpa has its little AoE over there. That should be able to just brutalize his Royal Altdorfs. There we go. Pretty good deeps. He is getting a lot of shots here, but he basically just deleted his Altdorf Griffites. Acid Burpa is a very good tool. It's a very good tool to just kind of whip out for all things elite. But mild problem, he is getting shot to pieces. So we're going to have to deal with that. Soon as that's done and managed, though, we should be fine. I can most definitely recapture this point. And then we're gonna go here. We're gonna shut down his ranged. We're gonna kill his lord with mine. The slow wearing down will eventually get him. Trust in the process. Trust in the process. Fairly decent charges over there. Rugloods are pretty strong. They shouldn't rout from an ability like that. And I think with this front line in disarray, I should be mostly okay. This thing's gonna have to retreat though. Man, he has a lot of ranged cavalry. Solution to that is to take more, take some, like light cavalry of my own. They should be able to handle that situation fairly well. My little artillery piece has been doing great against them too. Fairly nice burning head though. But overall, tickets are going decent. Trading wise is going decent. I actually don't know where most of my value lost is. But overall, I should still be fine. Acid Burp is back in. Perfect timing because he did just run out of range units to really support here. So it should be able to get a lot of work done. And we're just gonna YOLO it straight into those Free Company Militia. Use my Lord over here to rout those guys off because I don't want spears on top of my guys. And then it's just gonna go right over here. And then I can burp some acid. And then he should be dead. There you go. Great success. Let's get the squiggies in there. Acid burpa. Yeah, goodbye infantry. There we go. Very nice. And that leads to a mass rout, which means that he should basically have nothing left. Remember, my skirmishers have been here just gathering loads of value too. So I don't have to worry about them. It's going to be a mass rout on the side of the Empire. And yeah, I think that's it. Honestly, I think this is a pretty bad matchup for him. I didn't realize I was going to be playing Empire. So I do feel kind of bad for not having picked my faction earlier. Greatest apologies. There we go. Also, all my replays are gone, sadly. Gee. But, you know, it's pretty well done there. Did he chevron his Outriders? He must have. Oh, they got a lot of value, though. So maybe they got chevrons from that. I don't know how I feel about chevron Outriders. I feel like they're way too expensive. But, yeah, the Green Tide is simply too menacing for the Empire. This guy's not bad. Savage Orc Shaman on a Wyvern. He's not bad. I know, I had like over 1,000 replays. Most of them I wouldn't even be able to run though. Because once the game version changes, it tends to break the replays. So in the end, it's kind of just have to accept fate. I wonder if the other replays got broken. I wonder. Anyways, yeah, Acid Burp is sick. Acid Burp is amazing. Oh boy. Alright, so I gotta go report my score. Here we go. Greenskins versus Empire. Greenskins win. Shaman on a Wyvern's underrated. If you compare him to Archaon, who is a fighter spellcaster, he doesn't really compare. So Archaon can be like 2,100. This guy right here, with like, you know, let's say you get Fists of Gork. Let's say if you just get one spell, 1750 is not bad actually. So he's obviously less fighty than Archaon, but he's a terror-causing flying dude with 25% physical resist. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Has like 9k HP against non-magic damage. Is that the right? Is that the right amount? 6648 divided by .25 I think is the right number. No, times 0.25 divided by 0.75. He has about 8,864 HP versus non-magic damage. So yeah, about 9k HP. Dang. Not too bad. Actually not too bad. Why does he have 0% missile resist? Oh god, he has no missile resist? Oh god. Yeah, Archaon's still a Chad. But for the price, just saving like 500. Aren't they supposed to have scales or something? Do Wyverns? Yeah, Feral Wyverns have 25% resist. You put them on a Shaman, they don't. Might be for balance reasons, because he would have 50% missile resist otherwise. But come on, it'd be kind of cool. It'd be kind of cool. Alright, so anyways, in the downtime between games, I am going to be working on my modded tournament that's coming up. What if it is a Savage Wyvern? You don't know. Oh, you're saying that in terms of like the missile resist? Yeah, the Wyvern isn't Savage, but it gets missile resist. Yeah, I think the Wyvern is more Savage, but it lost its scaly skin for savagery, you know? It's a different breed. It comes from the Savage Orc lands. Or something, I don't know. I don't know, man. Definitely it's a Savage Shaman. That's for sure. Is this now a coding stream between breaks? No, I just gotta set up the tournament. We're fine. Might need to raise the price of the Wyvern mount. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's no point doing that. It would only make an unused unit even less used. And that to me is a tragedy from the viewer standpoint. The big boss orc lords get the missile resist when mounted. Wyvern. They do. They do. It is a savage wyvern, huh? Who would have guessed? Yeah, the wyvern's just savage, I guess. It has paint all over it. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I've never seen such insanity. 1750 or 10,000 makes no difference if the rate is 0% either way. It makes a difference feelings wise. Okay. They painted off the scales. Oh my god, that's very in line with greenskins. War paint reduces range defense. You know, this guy does have 0 armor. Something about these Savage Orcs really against armor and missile resist. Alright, so let's see. So tournament mod require a total tavern and domination spell plus unit rebalance. Let's see here. It's an SFT tournament that I'll be hosting. There'll be no top 4, and it will not affect the leaderboard stats. Unit caps are on. Okay, and there's the log. Okay. So I can finalize the tournament then. Warzag used to have armor piercing too. What, was he just like full ethereal then? You're making it sound like he's just straight up ethereal. 60 armor on the Wyvern? Ah. Wait, on a Wyvern he has 60 armor. Orc Warboss on the Wyvern? He has more! The armor does get reduced when it's savage on a Wyvern. Yeah, there's something about being savage that reduces your armor and missile resist. It goes down by 10. Insane. Deepest lore? Hell yeah. Now, it might just be the armor that the war boss is wearing. I don't know. Azag's Wyvern has better stats? Well, he does have Skull Muncha. It is a named Wyvern, so that doesn't really count. It's not your run-of-the-mill Wyvern. Alright, so I got my tournament set up. Need the domination spell plus unit rebalance mod. Let's see here. So I can go to turns Discord. Here we go. Go to turns Discord and then announcements tourney. No, upcoming tournaments. There we go. At Goblins. At Goblins. There we go. Alright, so there's the tournament link. And then Discord countdown. Azag should get a cheaper for certain. How expensive is Azag's? $650. It's actually pretty cheap already. In terms of the upgrade from being on foot to his thing. It might just mean that Azag is way too expensive on foot though. CA, the way CA ends up balancing lords, intentional or not, is that they raise the price of the lord rather than the abilities most of the time, which means that they really get locked into one option. It's kind of sus, kind of annoying, but whatevs. All right, hosting a tournament today. It's units that are never used. Many of your favorite garbage units have gotten price reductions, and all lores of magic have had one spell buffed in duration. Let's see here, and then I need to get the mod page going. I gotta put the mod required. Change a log in the mod. But here are some fun ones. All right. What are the most exciting changes I added in? Let's take a look. Are tooltips updated? Well, like, you know, for like, I'm not running the mod right now, but the units, it'll show the proper price, if that's what you mean. All right. Which ones are some fun ones? I'll add in the Greasus. Greasus minus 400 gold. Terracotta minus 400. Aurora Terracotta minus 400 gold. That one's pretty good. 550 bolt throwers. 550 gold. Elf. Bolt throwers. Now 550 gold. Tooltips for spells. Yeah, those also update. It's nice. Aranessa. Ah, missed opportunity. Oh, Croak. Croak minus 500 gold. Let's see here. What else? What else? All Chaos Knights minus 150 gold. And stuff like Skitter Leap X4 duration. Yeah, Skitter Leap X4 duration is pretty memey. And many other buff spells X2 duration. Alright, here we go, and then hopefully people sign up for this tournament. Let's see here. Yeah. Please send me replays. I must cast these games. Please send me replays in bold. Maybe these are, there we go. These are must cast games. There we go. All that. Please send me replays. Let's see here on my channel. Here we go. Balance mod replays. So I can invite people. Here we go. And then I can go to Turin's thingy. Please send me replays. Here. There we go. Okay. I think that should do. Yeah, I returned Rent-A-Cat. My PC blew up. I had to hard reset it. Alright, now we're just waiting for the bracket to finish. Hell yeah. Much excitement indeed. Depth guard, +8 movement speed. They are vampires. Depth guard times 1 million speed. No, but I'm not changing any stats. I think in the mod description it says, but I want the units to feel the same. I just want them to be viable. And I want the spells to be as strong as other spells. Without having to nerf spells. That's the goal. And banned units got nerfed in the mod. Because then that way I don't have to ban the units. It's brilliant. Except for Thunder Tusks. I forgot to do that. But I'm sure people will forgive me. But yeah, there's some really fun ones. So like, I think all the Blood Crushers and Skull Crushers got -100 or -200. All Chaos Knights got -150. Rapunzel got -200 to put her in line with Paladins. Bloated Corpses got set to 250 gold instead of 400. Necrofex got -200 gold. Terracottas got -400. I think Uncle Frunkle and Exalted and normal Great Unclean ones got -600, I think. They got -600 gold. Mutalith Vortex Beasts got -400 gold. Yetis got -150. Gorgers got -100. Vlad got -300. Kalita got was it 300? 200? Because Arrows of Kurnos are really strong, Waystalkers got +200. Treemen have -100. Let's see here. What else? Norskin Javelin units got price reductions. Axors got -100. These guys got -50. Dwarf Giant Slayers got -150. Rangers Great Weapons got -100. It's all the units you never see. Yeah, and at some point I'll get all of them. Like Troglodons could use a bit of a buff. But yeah, I want the units to be buffed to the point of usability. I don't want them to be OP. I don't want to make a meta where they're just all like insane. But if they're usable, I'm happy. Lots of gold changes. Yeah, I went through every faction, man. This took me like... There's a whole evening of just sitting down and looking at units and comparing them to each other. Nerf Dryads? Nope, not the point of the mod. That is not the point of the mod. Yeah. Because in the end, right, factions are going to be strong regardless. A meta will form regardless. And I don't think I'm qualified enough as a single person game developer to safely adjust prices on units in a way that'll keep the game fun. Because very likely if I nerf Dryads, what ends up happening is people play less Wood Elves. They'll play more, I don't know, Khorne or something. And then the next strongest unit will be there. You know, then it'll be Forsaken of Khorne or whatever, right? If I nerf all the strong units, then like, it'll be Forsaken. And if we nerf all those units again, then it'll be like Marauder Berserkers. We nerf all those again, then it'll be like Skirmishers. Then we have to nerf the Skirmishers. And then you get a game where everyone just is sad. I don't want that. I don't want that. Honestly, the balance is good enough as is. All I want is to see more units. That's all I want. That's all I want, and that's a pretty safe goal. Because I think that is within my limits to adjust in a way that is smart. Aren't Giant Slayers 1200 the normal cost? Yes, because this tournament that I'm playing is not using the mod right now. Sadly. But yeah, that's the goal. I'm taking on this quest. I made black dragons cost 1750. I feel like elves not taking dragons is an absolute tragedy. They should run black dragons every once in a while when they want air dominance. So black dragon should be cheap enough for that, but not so strong that they always take them. Let's see here. Yo, I'm really interested to see Nuln Ironsides for Empire. They got a 175 gold reduction. So they would cost 700 gold in the mod. I've never seen people use this unit before. I've absolutely never seen people run this unit. They don't even run normal handgunners. Honestly, 175 might not even be enough. We'll have to see. But yeah, Nuln Ironsides will be very fun. I was even thinking of like nerfing the Iron Demon, but because it's not normally restricted in play, I decided against it. I did nerf Hellstriders though, because they are very, you know, Slaanesh is just really strong right now. The faction as a whole is a bit too strong. So I did up their price by 50 gold. Anyways, let me get some water. But yeah, to make sure that people don't just argue with me about balance the whole time, which is another thing I'm trying to avoid. I'm not going to get too much into the weeds of balancing and nitpicking units, because people will argue forever. Trust me, I've been playing this game for like 5-6 years now. People will absolutely... This mod is not for nerfing factions unless I really think they need a nerf. No, it's when the community thinks they need a nerf, okay? I would not nerf Slaanesh if they were not permabanned in most in most tournaments. It's pretty hilarious when you know, when the faction is just, you don't see the faction because they're too strong. All right, this is part of the diversity thing, right? Slaanesh may be strong, but no one sees them, and the only way to see them is to make some of their OP units weaker. I did miss a few things, but yeah, that's the goal. Can't wait for the DLC to get Slaanesh banned again. This mod hopefully will fix that. If I can even, like, you know, if it's just a nice light balance mod and it also adjusts the Slaanesh OP units once the DLC comes out, we're set. We're absolutely set. Why didn't you buff my favorite faction and nerf all the others? There'll definitely be some of that. Although, I do need people to, like, legitimately hit me up and tell me which faction, like, which units don't see a lot of play so I can price adjust them. Because even though I have played all the factions at this point, I haven't really dug deep into many of them. So, yeah. I made bloated corpses cost 10 gold. I will say I went pretty hard on the coast buffs. At least when it comes to bloats. I was pretty heavy-handed on that one. Necrofex minus 200. Although everything else is mostly the same. And I didn't do a lot of vampire count stuff just because I don't play them a lot. But Hex Wraiths, definitely. Hex rates could be so much cheaper. What's their closest identical unit? Let's take a look. Let's compare hex rates to Seekers of Slaanesh real quick. They're similar speed. They have a lot of health. The leadership is higher. Why aren't hex rates taking over these guys? Well, for one, Seekers have more leadership, but I guess they're not undead, so that does help a bit. They have more speed. They have poison attacks, which is huge. More melee attack by 8. More melee defense by 6. They still have a decent amount of physical resist, too. The no armor is very similar for both of them. As a glass cannon unit, they have similar amounts of AP. Seekers will have less AP. Yeah, I feel like hex rates shouldn't be 1400. I feel at least 1300 as a start. But yeah, I think like minus 100 cost on them is probably fine. And this is kind of how I do the unit balancing. I just compare them to like more usable units. Why do Seekers have poison anyways? Because everything on the Slaanesh roster has poison. It's Slaanesh. The mega busted faction. Anyways, enough price reductions and they'll be reeled in. You modded Graveguard to have Halberd variants, hell yeah. And added the Tomb King's archers to vampire accounts. Really? Oh wait, no, Tomb King's archers to vampire accounts. Oh well, that doesn't make a lot of sense though. I thought vampire accounts didn't have archers on I thought they were pure melee. All right, next round starting soon. Here we go. Yeah, so the hex rates they're weird because they use physical resist as armor. Which means that they don't actually do that well, because armor generally will already reduce like 50% of incoming damage. So if you compare hex rates to like Black Knights against non-armor piercing damage, Black Knights will actually, they will feel about as tanky as hex rates, or maybe even more tanky than hex rates, because they have 110 armor. That negates 75%, or maybe like 80% of non-armor piercing damage. Whereas hex rates will still take 45%, which is a little bit of a doozy. And this unit's 350 gold cheaper. So, yeah. Now, there is a speed difference in Vanguard and armor piercing. But, like, hex rates could definitely be a little bit cheaper. I think minus 100 or, like, maybe 150. 200 feels like they're starting to get into, like, really good unit territory, but nothing wrong with that, really. Yo. I'm Greenskins. We're up against Sirika, the host of the tournament himself. Okay. Let's see it. Uh-huh. Alright. So, who's top bracket? He's top bracket. Uh-huh. Okay, bands. Road to Talabheim. Let's play Swamp. Let's play Creeping Swamp. That should be an interesting map. Not a lot of trees. Okay, that's pretty good. Alright. Let's do it. Let's do it. So, Wood Elves. Wood Elves are an annoying faction. They can play hyper defensive and sit back all day. Cause infinity issues. Infinity issues, but they are fairly manageable. With the right tools, absolutely. You yourself can defeat the Wood Elves if you do it just right. I just have to, there's a few strings I have to pull. I can't say it though, otherwise. Otherwise, what if he hears? What if he hears? Okay, so I definitely want one of these, and then I'm going to want probably 2 of these. For your changes to Waystalkers in the mod, do you think that the increase to their base cost was needed instead of just an increase in cost to that ability? I would have changed the ability, but it's a little buried. I'm new to modding, so I was like, you know what? I'm changing unit costs anyways. I'm just gonna up the cost of the unit. Who takes a naked Waystalker anyways, okay? Like, if you're taking a Waystalker, it's for Errors of Kurnos. Given enough time, though, it would make sense. It would make sense to change ability costs instead. But, yeah. When I have the time. When I have the time. Let's see here. He's Wood Elves. He's a Wood Elves, eh? So this can't be a bad option. You take naked Waystalkers sometimes. Actually, they're not bad at killing Ushopti and stuff. Pick a color scheme. All right, fine. I'll go Iron Claw Orcs. That seems pretty good. Could you make it so spell costs are adjusted? So I want to adjust spells, but they're like spell cost instead of spell duration. But there's a little bit of a problem with that. Give Nurgle Waystalkers. Spell cost adjustments end up making it where, like, some spells, some buff spells especially, are so bad, they have to be 2 Winds of Magic to be usable. And when you get that low in Winds of Magic, people start casting the spell purely to trigger the lore passive, which is not good. So I felt like, or I ended up making the decision to just stick with, I ended up making the decision to change spells directly, but in less obtrusive ways. It's usually just duration, so that at least spells feel the same. It's just that they're going to last longer. It's just that they're going to last longer. And honestly, damage spells feel like they're in a pretty good place right now. I honestly might prefer some damage spells to get a bit of love again after buff spells get stronger. But generally, right, like a caster getting 2,000 gold value feels about right. You know, like your magic giving you 2,000 gold, it seems about right in my head. So that means everything should scale roughly to like Melkoths and Flock of Doom. That's the most optimal thing for me specifically. Now, what am I supposed to do? He's playing Wood Elves. I could take me one of these dudes. He's decent. I don't want to get Lord sniped. That would be most unfortunate. Also, yeah, direct damage spells are really boring. They're also, yeah, it's not very fun. Just like the only way to avoid direct damage spells is to just stay out of range. And some of them have like 200-meter range. So, you know, it's typically unavoidable too. But they have a place in that they're just really consistent. So that means any other spell, if used in the right situation, should get more value than direct damage spells. Which is why I increase the duration so ludicrously on some of these spells, because I'm pretty sure they do need it. Okay. Oh, this is a weird build. Oh, this one's a weird build. The overcast durations have also been increased. Wait, are you saying burning head duration? Yo, burning head traveling across the entire map would be hilarious. I would not add it to my mod, but most definitely that is. That's pretty jokes. That's pretty jokes indeed, good sir. Okay, that's a pretty interesting build. You know what? If I just... Oh god, this is... Okay, this is becoming... It's going from interesting build to possibly the worst build I've ever made in my life. I can't really tell, though. It's a little difficult. It's a little difficult. Trying to be able to tell if this has just become garbage. But I have faith. I have faith that it'll all go just fine. Oh, what else do I want in this build? It's already kind of insane. Why not make it more insane, right? Savage Orc Archer spam. It's for the jokes. Oh boy, he's already ready. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm like really worried about Wood Elf Cavalry just having a field day on me. But like, Greenskin Cavalry is not exactly the most impressive thing in the world. Oh god, is this really the build? Is this really the build that I'm going to run against Nerexa? Of all people, like one of the best Wood Elf mains in the world right now. Sure, why not? I'm playing Greenskins. What's the worst that can happen? Grimgore and Mass Black Orcs. Aw, yeah. Alright, here we go. Oh, you're talking about Skarsnik with his massive hat? Hell yeah. Alright, time to rock and roll indeed. So I brought the Gobbo bolt throwers just to see how they do. I brought 2 of them. Just a couple artillery pieces to force them forwards. Because I think Wood Elves on the defensive are way too hard to deal with. I think you kind of get screwed. It's also nice anti-artillery tech. Because they come with 8 models. So he shouldn't be able to snipe them with like an Arrows of Kurnos. Or if he does, it's just not really worth it. Might actually start using this mod. Yeah, the mod is so hype. I can't wait. I'm going to be hosting the tournament for it a little bit later. In 2 hours. Although I might have to push it back just a smidge, depending on signups and the like. Alright. Crazy build, ain't it? So I actually bought a bunch of Gobbo archers. Which, you know, it's a little sus. But, ready. What are the odds that they don't pay for themselves, right? They'll be great. They'll be absolutely fine. He's not going to commit a whole cavalry unit just to kill a couple Gobbo archers. He did go kind of wide, though. Which mod? It's in my YouTube description, but it's a domination balance mod that just wants to make some units playable and spells playable. So it reduces prices of units so that we can actually see them be used. It's pretty hype. So far, a lot of people have, you know, I haven't seen too many big complaints about it. That we'll have to actually put it to the test. We is Gobbos indeed. Alright. So he went for, yeah, not a lot of artillery. 14 units, 5, 10. He has a hidden lord, and that's it. Probably hiding away over there. Which means no waste stalker, potentially. So I can just play defensive, right? Greenskins have a mean amount of artillery that they can field. So I should be okay here. I should be fine. My bolt throwers are kind of out of position, this one specifically. Gonna have to manage that, but yeah, he's gonna have to advance. He's gonna have to advance into the green tide. Now, I'm not gonna make more bolt throwers. That's a terrible idea. But what we can do is not more artillery. He's gonna be advancing. That much is sure. That much is true. All right. Victory point acquired. Vindictive glare glared out. He has a tree. Tree alert. That's actually not bad for me. It should be pretty chill. So yeah, come at me, bro. Is essentially yeah, that's essentially the name of the game, right? I got my defensive broken tusk mob. He has physical resist buffs. That's pretty spooky, actually. But yeah, I'm just gonna pull back here. Hopefully get a full surround on him. And then if I just spam a horde of squigs, he should just die, right? I doubt the tree can be that spooky. Should be able to stop him from capturing this point over here, too. But will my artillery pieces actually do damage? So far, it appears the damage is lower than the damage he is dishing out at me. So even though I get defender's advantage, it's not a particularly good one. Oh, those poor gobos. Those poor gobos are getting massacred. Here come the dryads. Yeah, how aggressive do you want to be, though? Do you really want to push up into this? When I have a million squigs in reserve? Okay, you know what? Yeah, let's get the squiggies in. I got my archers in here. They're doing fine. He only has so much range, and he's trying to protect all his fronts. He's focusing my poor gobos, though. Which means I should probably start pushing up one way or another. Just to try and make some plays. It does mean I am transitioning to the aggressive, though. Which is not always very comfortable. But there we go. We got one of his units down. That's a plus. One of his range units down. He doesn't have that much in the way of cavalry or other mobility. So that's pretty good. His brace and his spears and the like. But you can see his advance forwards has left him open. Mildly. Very mildly. Can I kill these dryads, perhaps? Okay, we got a pretty good pick over there. That's nice. And then it's just killing these guys, right? I can just slow them. That's pretty straightforward. At least it should be. There you go. Wagons are doing good. The wagons are doing fine. The spiders are doing also very fine. They're having a good time indeed. Do this. Increases his cooldowns of his abilities. That's pretty good. And then we get our broken tusk mob. We'll go over there. Start target firing these guys. And yeah. It seems like he just has too much range, doesn't it? In a bad way for him. Because they're really getting run over by the green tide right now. Green tide is brutal. And cunning. And unless he can start pulling through here and routing off my dudes, it's going to be rough. But the wall's triggered. Good collapse of his ranged core. Nice. There we go. And I'll just let them rout. If they come back, it's not the end of the world. Those are actually skirmishers, so even less of an issue. We can pull out the Rugloods. There goes his very expensive cavalry. Nice. Honestly, this artillery build, I think he just wasn't ready for artillery pieces. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just really wasn't ready for an artillery-based build. Because usually in domination, people don't go for artillery. It can be an exceptionally bad idea when you have points to capture and the likes. But when you're forced to attack into a person, it's pretty chill. Eternal Guard over there should go down very soon. We get more spatters in. Holy crap, the value lead. Anyone else notice the value lead just now? What the crap just happened? Alright. There's another wah. The power of having infinity gobos. You get to wah very often because it's just based on the number of units that are attacking. Yeah, I think maybe he was expecting a kite build as usual. This is actually a pretty normal greenskin build. There wasn't anything like too crazy here except for like maybe the bolt throwers. But yeah, I didn't have to summon any artillery or anything. It's the power. It's the power of having build diversity, maybe. It's kind of hard to tell. My lord absolutely hard counted is though. The tree man was not ready for a spider lord. Now, if he did go for like, Waywatcher kite, it would have been way more sus. So I was kind of just banking on him not having that. You know, but not all builds can counter everything. That is a huge route on all of his units, and he taps out. Wondrous. Greenskin artillery. Yeah, very underrated. How'd they do? How'd they do? 580. 579. Hell yeah. Yo, why don't people use these more often, man? I always knew when they doubled the entity number on these guys that they would be good. Not as good as the wagons, though. I guess melee greenskins is fine. But, like, it's such a nice tool to just force them forwards. They're kind of low range. Not that bad. Normal goblin archers did fine. Goblin spears did exquisite for just being cheap. And his lord, yeah, kind of overcommitted. His range units, terrible value. They did as well as my gobos. You rolling greenskins all games today? Nah. We're going to be playing a bunch of factions with the mod later. Yeah, cheap range, good versus good range. Even though one of them didn't do well, as long as like a couple of them make it through the gaps, it's pretty fine. Okay, the squigs though, being able to spam a load of cavalry later on was definitely the big play. Like all the other stuff that I brought up was kind of small beans. Wood elves, there we go. Greenskins win. Yeah, everything I brought up was kind of small beans compared to like just having so much cavalry in the summons and him having to push up. So he wasn't able to deal with it. When everything is cheap, nothing is. Well, his army wasn't cheap, that's for sure. Honestly, greenskins are really nice. They have artillery, they have cheap cavalry, they have elite cavalry, they have monsters, skirmishers, archers, solid melee frontline. It's kind of like a very heavily weighted melee empire. He says, Zetra, what's up? Yo, I made a mod. I made a mod, man. Honestly, though, greenskins is a pretty rough matchup for wood elves. You know, as much as I can compliment myself, greenskins are just good versus wood elves. They don't do well against that many cheap units in general. So yeah. What's the mod? It's a price reduction mod primarily that reduces the price of a lot of units that suck. Like Uncle Frunkle, I gave him minus 600 gold, man. I gave him minus 600 gold. I gave Kalita minus 300. Kazrak, One Eye, gave him minus like 300. I made all Chaos Knight Cavalry minus 150. I made, what was it? I think it was Blood Crushers I made minus, was it 100 or 300? I forget. Between these guys, one of them got minus 100. One of them got minus 200. Not 300, my bad. 100 or 200. I made Swordmasters minus 100. Phoenix Guard 150. Yeah. Did you change Fimir? I was thinking about changing Fimir, yeah. But I ended up changing Marauder Hunters minus 100, Javelins minus 50 instead. Because Norska desperately needs something that can shoot that doesn't cost a million money. Been watching my content for a while, but this is the first time you caught a stream. Hell yeah. Happy to have you here, man. The myths are true. The legends are true. I do read Twitch chat sometimes. Is Nurgle a green skin faction? Boy, I wish. Combine their rosters, they'd be unstoppable. Alrighty. Hopefully this gets tested out and included as a standard into tourneys as well. So if this mod becomes a standard for tournaments, it does get a little bit weird because I am a player. I play the game. I won Turn's recent grand finals. Is it ethical for me to play in another grand finals using a mod that has the balance I created? A little bit weird on that one, right? It's a little weird, right? Yeah, so I don't know how to handle that exactly. But yeah. That's why the first tournament that I'm hosting for this won't count for the leaderboard. Because, like, I made the mod, right? I made the mod, so yeah. There's a little bit of weirdness going on there. But at the very least, it would be very good for showing CA how much of a cost change is appropriate for some units. At least for domination. I can't speak for land battle. And that's kind of the biggest thing. But yeah, the mod doesn't... It just reduces the prices of a lot of units. Increases the duration of a lot of spells. And it nerfs the units that are usually banned. But I tried to stay away from units... From nerfing units that aren't banned by the community. Because I can't... Judge, jury, and executioner. Oh, God. Yeah, anyways, you know, if the mod gets widely accepted and people are like, man, this Anticity guy is really good. You know, we respect him. We're going to use his mod. I would happily have that be the case, even if it means I can never win a grand finals ever again. Hey, it's Pandy. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. But like for me, first and foremost, I'm a content creator. As much as I love playing tournaments, we're here for the memes, guys. We're here for the memes. And a lot of what this mod tries to do is make games more fun to watch. That's all I want. I want games to be more fun to watch. Even more than I want, like, perfect balance between the factions. So... yeah. I'd be down. But I gotta prove myself first, right? I unsummoned my regiment of renowned cavalry the moment I brought them in. Do I have a dumb unsummon hotkey? I had to, what's it? What was it? In battle, is it? Does anyone know what the unsummon hotkey is? because my hotkeys got reset when my PC got borked. And very likely, I accidentally hit that button. Withdraw. It's you. Get out of there, man. Get out of there. I don't need a hotkey to withdraw, my dudes. I assume that's it. Unless it's just retreat. Is there another one? Let's see here. Nevertheless, I still don't want a random retreat hotkey in my thing. I think that's it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was wondering where my cav went. Despite that, I still won. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, I turned off about face. That one's pretty useless. Oh yeah, I wanted the thing to zoom in on units. Where is it at? I think insert is the usual button. Yeah, I want this to be T. Way easier to access. A necromancer complained green skin skeletons crumble faster. That's why we don't have green skin skeletons. Huh? So it's like theoretically possible, but not worth it. I guess that's what happens when it's fungus. Anticipate becoming a politician from being a warlord, just like Roman times. That's how you get your qualifications. But yeah, no, it would be so sick though. The thing is though, right? Like I said it before, my ego is big, but it ain't that big. I don't trust myself to like fully balance things unless like if I dedicated like all my time to balancing units, I would still have a lot of blind spots. And I can get a committee, right? Like I can get a committee of people to be like, hey, you know, we're all gonna come here and discuss. But that's a pain in the butt. That's a huge pain in the butt. All right, that's a massive, massive pain in the butt. You know how I know? Because I've been there. With land battle rule sets and people are like, no, you can't nerf my faction. And then they put out a rule set after all that diplomacy. And it's still pretty garbage. You still have factions that are way stronger than others. You have conflicting goals where people are like, I want this balance document. I want it to focus on perfect balance between factions. And other people are like, I want it to be based on consistency. I want it to be consistent. And other people are like, I want Vampire Coast to be strong. I want it to be balanced for the high level play or the low level play. And it's just butts. I would much rather have a mod that I balance. And you know what? If it doesn't work for other people, that's fine. It's totally fine, right? You know, people don't have to use it, right? It's just don't use the mod, right? And then we're good. And then if it is good for a lot of people, then that's also great. But yeah, you know, that's I think that's fine. I think that's fine. And it gives me way more freedom to do what I want, which is great. And it doesn't force people to use it, which is great. It's all great. So what you do, I reduce the price of a lot of units. Reduce the price of a lot of meme units. Think about a unit that you can't think of right now because you don't even know they exist. They're in the game now. They're actually possibly playable. I bet there's like at least 5 units that you forgot existed in Warhammer. I guarantee you. I matched up against Serica again. All right, well, I guess I'm joining his lobby again. Executioners? I did forget to buff executioners, yeah. Suck this super chat. Thank you very much, Italian Spartacus. Oh, Italian Spartacus. God dang. The Italian
Suck
Spartacus.
This super chat.
Holy crap, man. Dude, you're a legend. Thank you so much. And it appears that that is American dollars too, which means it's actually like $1 million Canadian. He's totally countering my build this time. That's the thing. I'm like one of the least predictable players in the world. Although I do have my favorites, but man, do I sometimes just whip out something crazy. You always here lurking in the shadows? Oh my gosh. Oh man. Glad I made the joke so you don't have to. It's an easy one to make. Alright, so I gotta play against the Wood Elves. Greenskins versus Wood Elves again. Yeah, Meta Slayer Anticity. Here we go. I got bored of the current meta, so I made my own. Yeah, Executioners could use a buff. I made... If Sword Masters of Hoeth can be 1100, Executioners could probably be 1100 too. Let's see here. But yeah, no one runs Executioners or Blackguard. And it would be a problem if this was in land battle, but it's a domination mod, so I can do whatever I want. This is legitimately why indie games have it so much easier than big companies. Because when you're an indie developer, you only have to deal with a teeny tiny community. So no one complains because you're appealing to a niche. It's sick. I found the cheat code. Actually indie company mode. Oh my gosh. Alright, what's the map? I'm top bracket this time. Narrows. Lustrian Narrows? Sounds like hell. Fighting against Wood Elves and the whole map is forest? God dang. I assume he wants border low landing. Border low landing. Not only community, you also don't have to push paper to make changes. Yeah. Like, CA can't just throw out a patch, right? Like, it's, you know, it's kind of crazy. Is this game 3 or 4? This is game 3. If I win this, I'm totally set. Do something about spells? Yes. Yeah, some spells I increase the duration by X4. Most of them are X2. A couple of them are X3 duration increases. What did I do to Flaming Sword? I still don't know if it'll be used, but Flaming Sword of Ruin. Where is it? I could have sworn Oh, I only doubled it? Wow, that's crazy. I guess he did double it a while ago, I think. Or maybe, I don't know. Rune of Speed is X3 duration, though. Missile Mirror is X3 duration. It basically says you can't shoot for a unit for 1 minute for 10 Winds of Magic. Sounds OP. You think it's OP? Burning Head says you can't shoot with the unit forever because it's dead for the same price, okay? All right. This is the power. This is the power of making your own mod. Nobody can say no until it's so OP everyone stops using a mod, and then the people have spoken. But for now, I can at least try out the change. It actually didn't feel that bad when it got cast on me, so maybe it's fine. Burning Head can miss though. If you suck. Burning Head can miss though. What? You can't left click a unit? You're having a hard time left clicking dragging? Well, I guess maybe that's your problem. I need to make an army. Okay, actually though, Burning Head does not miss on the first unit you hit. The second unit, absolutely though. First unit, really it shouldn't miss unless you're playing against a really good player that can kind of pre-dodge you. If they start moving the moment you cast a spell, then it can actually be partially dodged. Seriously though, it doesn't miss. Have you seen my burning heads? They like kill. They get me like 500 gold at least per cast. Hell, you cast it on artillery. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, man. Cast it on an artillery crew. Like Archaon got me like 1,000 gold with burning head. It was delicious. He wants to play Proving Grounds. What a crazy guy. I miss Spirit Leeches? Holy crap. That's hardcore, man. Wait, crap. Proving Grounds is also kind of foresty. Yo, what is this map pool? He has like all the good maps. Warhammer 1 Spirit Leeches. I still have nightmares. Dude, I've heard the legends. Terrifying indeed. Okay, so I need to get him to advance towards me. I think I kind of just have to make him advance towards me, otherwise I'm screwed. But I also have to not fight in the forest, otherwise I'm screwed. That means... Okay, wait, do forests... Okay, Spider Riders have Strider. I do have Strider Cavalry. I miss when you could direct Vortex spells. That's like straight up the video that made me famous. That was like one of my first ever videos that like actually popped off. And they removed it. Dang it, CA. Honestly, I guess it's kind of fine. It's kind of fine, but like, come on, man. That was gonna be my legacy. People are still watching that video too, you know? It's crazy. What lord do I want here? Is there a lordy? Is there a lordy that's actually not gonna insta-die here? Maybe, actually. Ooh, okay. I kind of like this guy. Oh, I kind of like this guy. Okay, that's a pretty good option. So what if I do that? And then I take a bunch of these. And then I take one of these. And I take a bunch of these. Now, how do I feel about this? This is good. People still watch the video. I think I put a comment in the video that says that it's outdated now. Come on, the video is like 5 years old. It has to be outdated at this point, right? If it's not there, you know, if you guys want to comment, feel free to. Imagine an AoE permanent leadership buff. Like Harmony. Yo, one of the hidden things that I added that might actually be insanely OP. You know that Lore of Light spell that gives you, that makes you unbreakable? You don't know because no one uses no one uses it. But I wanna show it off real quick. Wait. Army blocker. There we go. Light of Battle. That's what its name is. If you overcast this spell in my mod, it gives you 88 seconds of unbreakable. Now here's the thing. No one uses it at 44 seconds. So what's the problem with 88 seconds? Probably the fact that you can just YOLO cavalry into the backline, but it costs 10 winds of magic, right? It's really hard to tell. I don't know if that makes it broken or what, but it's interesting, that's for sure. Imagine the shenanigans people can pull with Lore of Light or Lore of Battle upgraded. Come on, there's gotta be some sick tech in there, and when people whip it out, it'll be sick. It'll be absolutely sick, man. I can't wait. Light magic is not that common. As long as it doesn't become like hyper meta, I think it's it'll be fine. But yeah, we don't want to just make things hyper meta. Then it will get a little boring. Okay, so I definitely want this spell. And only that spell. Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. This right here. This right here is a sick build. This right here is an absolutely unstoppable build. Unless I'm a goofball. And then I get massacred. Always a chance we get bloody massacred. Do I have any anti... You know what? This is kind of jokes. Alright. So I take this. I take a bunch of these. And probably one of these. I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with so many trees. There's a lot of trees here. There's a lot of trees, and you can probably just camp them up for a millennia. If I'm not careful. So, like, honestly, this could go really badly for me. The thing is, though, like, pump wagons are so good versus infantry, I don't think I have to worry much. But you never know. At the very least, greenskins are just a really strong faction versus wood elves. So, what's the worst that can happen? I'm sure I'll be fine. I'm sure I'll be goodies. Speaking of nets, where's the Night Goblin netters? Is that are they an actual tabletop unit? I missed when Here We Go had a 40-meter radius and didn't need to be cast on a unit. When was that? Yo, that sounds hype. You tell me they nerfed a buff spell? I don't even think it would have been that good. Compared to old school Pit of Shades or even Melkoths. Like a lot of greenskins run buff spells. But I think if you gave them Melkoths, they would not run buff spells. Like the hag, the River Troll hag is like a little expensive. So, you know, I think if they were like really cheap, like make them 550 like a Dryad, people are gonna run them. Is there a way to predict what region a revolt will occur in when a province has a rebellion? Usually the capital. If you don't own the capital, I don't know. But it's usually the capital. In fact, it's always the capital if you own it. Greenskin magic is very mid. Yeah, so like, that's the problem. There's your problem. You have greenskins doing shenanigans. Doing shenanigans with buff spells, but like when Burning Head can pretty consistently get you like 2,000 gold, at least 1,500 per game. You know, or like Melkoths. Melkoths against elite units is very consistent 2,000 gold for your Winds of Magic pool. Greenskin magic is not getting you 2,000 gold. Plain and simple, it is absolutely not. So I buffed it up. I done buffed it up. Buff spells are so boring. Buff spells are so boring. Buff spells are boring because they don't do anything, man. Imagine you cast a buff spell on a unit of orc boys and they start shredding. Now that'd be pretty cool. Imagine Stone Ground Saints. Have you heard of that spell? No, because no one uses it. Imagine you cast a buff spell on a unit of infantry and they just do not move, alright? They absolutely will not budge against large units. You have a normal unit of peasant spears and they're holding up against thunder tusks. That's some impact, man. That's because it actually did something. Buff spells are weak. I don't think they're boring. I absolutely don't think they're boring. You know, there's Hand of Glory. Doubles the fire rate of your range units. You know what the problem is? It lasts like 2 seconds. You get like 3 extra volleys with it. Is fire the best magic? It's one of the top magics. But yeah, I'm really interested to see how they do. There are some hardcore shenanigans people can pull off that I am just waiting for them to make use of. I should reduce the cost of sky junks as well. I was thinking about that. But I feel like I already gave Cathay enough to play with when literally the only thing I gave to Counts was minus 300 on Vlad. Minus 300 on Vlad is all I could think of for Vampire Counts. And I feel like I should give them a bit more before I give Cathay more. But I did make Sky Lanterns cost 150 less, it's true. Buff spell that gives units a huge cosmetic muscles. Huge not cosmetic muscles. It makes them into an actual large unit. Like spears will do better against that unit. It'd be jokes. Give ethereal units some buffs. Yeah, so I wouldn't give ethereal units physical resist buffs because then the unit performs different. And I want to bridge between my mod and the current meta. Otherwise, people really won't play around with my mod much. Serica just sent me a message. Garbled Dryad screaming. Okie dokie. Well, that's terrifying. Anyways, I went way more ranged heavy this time around with a little bit of artillery sprinkling just in case. Otherwise, though, this is a DACA special. I still want him to advance towards me because if I can't get him to advance, I'm just a dead man. But this should work out pretty well, I think. Now, this tree line or this tree line, both are not terrible. But if he positions here in this forest, he just locks us down, right? So I should absolutely position like so. Use these guys to check out fanatics and be annoying. And then just space these guys out. Now, if he goes for a full rush, at least I'm playing on my side of the battlefield. So it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Here we go. He has Dryads. He has a couple of range units. I got an Archer Corps, though. Now, I don't want to fight in this forest. It's just past this forest, it's a little bit less busy. So that should go okay. He does have some cavalry over here. He's going to know that I have some fanatics. Those are wild riders. Okay. Malkoths makes sense. Has a couple Dryads over there. When's he going to notice that he's not capturing this point? Come on, you darn fanatics. Beat him up. Come on, fanatics. Dang it, that was actually very little damage. For the damage they're dealing back, it's not the end of the world, but definitely not the best case scenario either. Hey, I did get him to disengage. Okay, that's not too bad. Maybe these guys will rally and I can still get a little bit working. Anyways, the big thing is he has a lot of range dominance, right? He has a whack load of range dominance. His Wild Riders did not take that much damage from the Fanatics, unfortunately. But do I bring in Bolt Throwers here? Do I? Yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna get the Bolt Throwers in. Because screw this guy. I just get in a whack load of archers and just kind of push him. Now, this is a very bad engagement. In fact, this is so bad, I'm just going to pull back here. There's no way he pushes this, not without ludicrous numbers of infantry. Yeah, and he's going to kill one gobbo, but, like, I just have to reposition, otherwise it just becomes a kill zone, right? It just becomes a kill zone, and then I'm a dead man. And everything sucks. There we go. Capture point secured. Gonna do a little bit of dodging. We're gonna get these guys back. We're gonna get our artillery piece in here. Come at me, bro. Come at me. I need him to advance towards me. Without that, we're dead. So I'm gonna rampage him to get that work done. And then a little bit of focus fire. This is definitely a battle of attrition. And I need him to advance. So I'm just gonna get the rock lobber crew up. Alright, pretty good volley on these guys. Should go well. I do have fanatics back in the picture. They should be fine, and you can see that pummeling that he takes from my Archer Corps is going to be oh so delicious. And you know what? He can shoot at gobos and orc boys all day. Who cares? That part I do not have to worry about. My artillery crew is in here now. Wondrous. There you go. You see that? You see that advancing, right? He kind of just has to chill there. There's another fanatic volley to handle them. Archer Corps is really good, it turns out. Archer Corps is getting a lot of deeps in. He's actually suffering pretty hard here. The Dryads are coming in, though. I do have my fanatic caster, though. He should be fine. Here comes the cav. Okay. Let's get some squiggies in there. Oh, dang. Yo, they kind of dying. Get the fanatics in. That should kill the Dryads off. Nice. And here comes the big push. So, now he's going for it. Now he's out for blood. So, I'm going to, yeah, get some spider riders here. Gonna get some squig herd. And some chariots in here. Nice. These are very expensive dryads, so I'm just gonna kill them with Buna. I'm not in range of his cavalry, so this will just have to do, sadly. But his cavalry is expensive, his dryads are expensive. All in all, it's not a bad time for me. You can see he has to go very aggressive here just to jump my archers. And, you know, the theory proves correct maybe once again in that if I can just get him to advance, he kind of falls apart. Here's some Eternal Guard that I can bully. That's pretty nice. Oh, he has a couple Eternal Guard that pushed all the way to my base, though. That part's a little sus. But anyways, another rampage is underway. That should get him wrecked. Squiggies are in. He does have some cavalry over here, but that's why we have spider riders. As long as I mither them and get a good charge, I should be fine. This is a fairly good tussle over here. That's not too bad. But yeah, unfortunately, one of my crews has routed. And his cavalry are in. A little sus, but nothing a little bit of magic can't deal with. There's the mither. It's going to hurt him pretty bad. Here come the archers. Oh, I don't have magic for it just yet. Okay, that should be fine. I will in but a second. So now he has the capture points, but he is losing a lot of archers in value. So I think I'll be okay. Although definitely it's a little sus. I'm also starving right now. My stomach is asking me to get a lot of food in this very moment. And unfortunately, I have to play this match out. Oh god, I'm like sweating. I'm so hungry right now. I'm so hungry. It's fine, Antissi. Just carry out the win. There we go. So they're dead. Value trading is through the roof. Oh god, I'm so hungry. Oh god, yeah, I need some eggs, man. I need some hella eggs. All right, here we go. I'll get a sick fanatic volley on here. My backline push got killed, but I still have all my archers alive, so it should be fine. There's a fairly good fanatic cast on them, so they should just be dead. Holy Dryad Massacre. Just focus fire over here. I got squigs for his dryads. That's fine. The Rugloods are having a dandy old time. Nice. Okay, and then if I just pull back here, I should be okay. Now, breath attacks. Generally quite strong. So I'll just chuck them out. Over here on the flank, things are going decent. He does have his cavalry in here, and there's not much I can really do to stop him, sadly. That's just gonna have to be a rough time. There's not really much I can do. I can rampage his lord, though. That's pretty jokes. A lord snipe here at this hour is definitely gonna be a pain in the butt for him. And man, my archers just feel endless, man. The power of cheap archers is something you do not sleep on, man. Greenskins absolutely can take a million cheap archers and ruin your day. Although I will say his lord did live. He may be able to pull back a little bit here if his wild riders here are able to get a lot of value. I don't have a lot of Bunas left, right? So they could actually get a lot of work in. Although Squigs did well on the flank. Chariots are doing fine. There's a net. Followed by anti-large bonus. So they should go down pretty hard. Archers are still struggling though, unfortunately. This thing doesn't have guard mode. It's been pummeling that one archer unit in the distance since forever here, but big ol' surround here should do well. His lord just got a massive hit from me. That should do pretty good. Over here on the flank side, looks like my boys are doing okay. Overall, though, it is a little sus. I got a lot of routes. I did kill off his lord, though. And that will probably spell doom for him, right? I have a wah. I have a million units coming back into the fight. I should be fine, in theory. There goes his cav on the flank. Wondrous. They are now dead. Rugloods are hype. His lord's gone. But he does have a triple cap. So time is absolutely of the essence. Okay. Lots of orcs. Lots of spears. Because essentially the only thing he has left is cav spam. He has Sisters of Thorn, but they die to Buna, so that's not a big issue. I just gotta secure one of these points at a decent amount of time, and we should be fine. Gobos won't do well here. I think it literally is just Orc Boy spears into the horizon. Dang, his Wild Riders came back, though. Kind of spooky. He did commit a lot of infantry here, at least. That does make life a little bit easier for me. But yeah, I'm going to have to deal with this. Spider Riders are not bad. They're not a terrible option. Let's see here. I'm just going to do this just to buff up their strength just that little bit. He's going to eat a fat Buna. That'll be nice. And then I should just be able to chill on double cap. That part's not too bad. There we go. Nice. So there's the net. There's the Buna. Here come the wagons. And there's a breath attack. So they are effectively full dead. I don't think any cav unit can survive such viciousness. As long as that breath attack actually lands, which I think it did. Nice, nice. And then he might just start running out of units. Kind of depends. Kind of depends greatly on how things go. Okay, yeah, there we go. Easy River Troll Hag execution. That's a 1,500 gold unit. Off the table now. Nice. And I have all the time in the world to sit back, relax, and play value. He did have to resummon his lord. Wondrous, you won't be able to do too much. I have a couple archers here. They will do magnificently. My artillery piece is really good for breaking his leadership, too. It's one of the hidden benefits of artillery that people generally don't realize. Pretty good fight versus Dryads. That's nice. You know what? Rugloods can fight Eternal Guard. Rugloods are an absolute menace. And they will take it to Pound Town with their fairly decent stats. Although, he's not chasing, so I guess they shoot too. Wondrous. Let's get the Fanatics in here. He loses his Sisters of Thorn to a couple cheap units. Very nice. And here come the wagons. Now, I will have to turn on melee attack on them again. Because unfortunately, there is a mini bug. But yeah, I have all the time in the world to just play for value. As long as I don't fall behind on value, I'll be okay. That's the name of the game. Absolutely. There you go. Pretty good kill over there. Yeah, he's just spamming Melkoths, but like, how much value is that really going to get, right? Melkoths absolutely is not going to be enough. You know, I get like he kills the Rugloods, but like, it's a lot of magic, man. That's a lot of magic to have go down the drain. His Dryads did survive, though. You know, all in all, things are not completely over yet. We're still gonna have to get this point back, because I don't think I win on a single cap. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need more than that to secure victory here. At the very least, though, my lord should be able to, there you go. Tormentor sword him. Tormentor Sword is amazing because it stops his guy from retreating or doing anything spicy. I am starting to capture the point too. Nice. He's taking a lot of infantry. Squigs counter that. Pretty straightforward counter picking plays going on. Artillery is really good here for that leadership break. Because as soon as they're gone, we're set. And now, the big value play. Fanatics, right? Fanatics should be able to get a lot of work in. Because you just kind of chuck them out, right? Kind of chuck them out, pull them back to safety, and then you just slowly get value off of that. Like, they're already at, what? Come on. Yeah, they're already doing pretty good. So as long as I can use all my Fanatic casts, I'll be okay. Plus, we have a slow. Yeah, and it's over. Thank goodness. I can eat food. Hell yeah. All right. Green skins. Beat the Wood Elves again. Oh, it feels so nice not playing. Feels so nice playing factions that I actually know how to play. All right, I need food. I'm so hungry. Oh, God. All right. Oh. Yo, that's some pretty good value. Dude, the Goblin Archers are actually insane. They're so cheap, they're not worth shooting at, so they just get you a million value. Honestly, this guy doesn't know how to play Wood Elves? Yeah, totally. You know, he's totally trash, right? Who's this Nerexa guy? Never heard of him. Never got stomped into the ground when I play some other factions against him. Nope, nope, nope. What's some good meta picks for Skaven in general for Dom? Skaven Slave Slingers, Clan Rats. Just go a 20 stack of your cheapest guys and bring some Storm Vermin Halberds. Ikit Claw for the spell casting with Flinching Ruin. Rat Ogres, Doom Players, you know. The works! That's a lot of value. Treekin will get shot to death, yeah, if you went for that. And infantry spam won't really do well because they have so little HP against arrows. Yeah, Treekin are very weak. Which is why I made them cheaper in my mod that we'll be playing after this tournament. Nurgle05 again, please. Was pretty sick. Okay, so I should move up my tournament because this one will need a bit of time to finish, right? This one has 1 hour left. There's a whole nother round, which is 40 minutes. Yeah, I think he needs at least an hour 30. I'll push my tournament up 30 minutes. Mukbang while getting dumpstered by Oishi. That's just a normal Inticity stream, right? So I'm just setting up more stream stuff. I lost so much when my PC blew up. There we go. Nice. Am I late for the Lord throwing action? Have I lost my Lord yet? That's how you know it's a good day. Hey, by the way, the text box below. Whoa. Is it readable, or should I like, or should I do whoop. Oh. Let's see here. Where's it at? We should do something like this. Is there a way I can make it a little less dark? Properties. Are people chatting? Is the image somehow still covering the chat? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, am I up against Oishi now? Hell yeah. We're up against Oishi. Hell yeah. Alright. Zinch versus Greenskins. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that makes chat a lot more readable, doesn't it? But it's kind of dark. It kind of blocks out a lot of the game. I'll leave it there for now, and I'll replace it with something a little bit more transparent later. Okay, maps are in. Who's top bracket? He's top bracket, okay. Even if Zinch loses, it's always according to plan. But yeah, he gets buffed later, right? Antagonist, you just saw my mod? Hell yeah. Okay, what am I supposed to do versus Zinch? What to do? What to do? Oh, okay, I can't set a background color. Then why is mine transparent? What if I do that? Save settings? How do you enable background color? Sorry, 1 second. There must be a way. Fnatic spam. Oh, he's playing Zinch. Zinch is pretty weak sauce. Their biggest weakness is lack of cavalry. And that's one of Greenskins' greatest strengths, too. The greatest weakness is lack of anything good? Oof. They're not that bad, though. Kairos and the other bird are okay? Yeah. But when you think of Zinch, you're never like, oh no! He's gonna bring change bringers against me. It's like never like... It's never to the point where you like fear Zinch, you know? Changebringers have such a hard counter that I think they're just kind of weak sauce. Maybe I'm totally incorrect though. Exalted Champions are not bad. So, I don't know, maybe we see some of those, but... In general, I think Zinch is pretty Zinch is pretty weak sauce. Entirely manageable. Let's see. I guess they do have a pretty nasty Air Force, but who cares about that, right? Azek is expensive. I'm looking at him right now. He's so expensive. Compared to just like a normal... It's like a normal caster lord. He's so expensive. What in the world, even? Oh, no, my fork. We're good. Yeah, I don't really know how I want to do this build. Okay, that's not too bad. You know what? I could run these. Okay, this build just became extraordinarily hype. I kindly request everyone in chat to get hype. This build has now become amazing. Am I playing with modded costs against people? In 1 hour, 22 minutes. I'll be hosting my own tournament for people to play in, where they will get to go ham and play with a bunch of cheaper units. Should be very fun. We'll set a timer and watch. As it stands right now, we are still playing a tournament. I do have a pretty fun build here, too. This is the try and attack me build. So greenskins have some of the best backline defense in the game right now. That being pump wagons. They're pretty good on the aggressive, but they do lose to cavalry. But essentially, they're the greenskin version of Doomflayers. So they really, really just have a dandy old time murder and everything. We're gonna be using them. My lord's just gonna cower in fear. Ready, good luck, have fun. Oh yeah, and I have stone trolls. Anyways, I should just be able to shoot him up, right? He has Centaurs of Zinch, Chaos Warriors, X4. That's why we have the pump wagons. Green Knight? Okie dokie, Oishi. So Oishi's just having fun. It makes sense. He did pick Zinch. Why would you play Zinch if not to have a bit of fun, right? Honestly, admirable. But he's a dead man. I don't know what else to say, guys. If I lose this game, I have to retire from Warhammer. I gotta get rid of the mod. All qualifications that I previously had are immediately lost. Okay, we cannot lose this game. Okay, changeling into scribes is some of the most insane memery I've seen since the last time he played Siege. Setting high stakes? Yeah, no, there's no way. I would have to goof up so hard. I would have to goof up extraordinarily hard. Yeah. For me to lose this, okay? I'm gonna eat some pizza while we wait. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what he's gonna... I don't know what he's gonna do. This is all his units. There's 6 right here. 5, that's 11. 12, 13. Okay, yeah, he has a war shrine, but it's not built up, right? He's gonna have to sacrifice some units for the war shrine to actually do something. I'm fine if he wants to chill. My reinforcements are exemplary. It's all melee cab. It's everything you could possibly want, right? Now, maybe he does just do a big stall push. I guess that's not bad, actually. I should push him. So the problem with him stalling is that my range units get less and less effective. And I can't really afford to have that happen. So I should actually go for like a triple cap or something. It's going to be at a slight disadvantage for me because I'm the one pushing him. And I have cavalry and such, but I think we'll be fine. His Centaurs are extremely expensive. Although we'll see. Maybe he has some sick plays planned. You know, if I just shoot his Chaos War Shrine. Shoot the Chaos War Shrine and we're fine. Let's back up from those Centaurs in the trees. That seems like a bad idea. Oh, Centaurs in the trees. There they are. Pretty nifty charge he just got on me. But yeah, here comes the sick archer fire. His lord's doing his best to dance around. Okay, but like, what does he really have to stop me here, though, right? I'm just gonna plow through these Chaos Warriors. Looks like maybe not. Okay, alright, I see what you're putting down. I see what you're putting down, okay. Okay, let's see if my archers can deal with this. Archers can shoot the War Shrine. If I kill the War Shrine, he's pretty boned, right? And then I have my artillery piece over here to kill this. Oh, dang, that was a terrible engagement for me. I just let myself get Centaur charged like crazy. Okay. Okay, well, at least the War Shrine's taking a little bit of heat. Okay, I botched my engagement real bad, though. We may lose to this yet. I still think it highly improbable, but we may still lose to this. Okay, there we go. There's one Centaur off the battlefield. A little bit of focus fire on him, getting the work done. Go over here. Spam me some squiggies. Nice. Okay, we got some boar boys in here. I'll just clean up his front line is all. Look, his war shrine's doing nothing, okay? He has a useless war shrine. I should be fine. In theory. And I dodged his 6 spell cast. That's pretty terrifying. But yeah, left flank is looking goodies. Wagons are doing fine. Overall, Furies are a little spooky, but totally manageable. Plus, I have leadership here. That dodge was pretty important, though. If it wasn't for that, I would be much more worried indeed. But yeah, my trolls on the flank are doing fine. Overall, trading is still pretty good for me. Because I do have the capture points. So you can't really go too wrong there. He's dodging with his lord really well, though. That's for sure. Where's my cav at? Okay. They're making their way downtown. Ruglets can just go fight these guys, I guess. Like, I got the leadership now. That's fine. Big collapse over there is marvelous. Yeah, left flank is still going way too well for me to really need to be too worried. He did force out a pretty scary engagement, though, I must say. He actually did make it a little bit spooky for a second. But the wall most definitely crushes it here now. If I lose this one, it would still be pretty crazy. I foresee that I will probably be doing fine as long as I can keep my range units alive. Like, my artillery pieces are still firing away too, so what's the worst that can happen, right? His Furies decide not to land. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. He still has a couple blues alive, actually. Honestly, he's a scrapper indeed. Look at this guy. Okay, War Shrine's dead, though. I'm not losing to a War Shrine that got no value, okay? We ain't losing to it. I still have my archers alive. They're doing great. His blues getting annihilated. Right side going good enough. It's going good enough. I should start reinforcing from here. That diagonal is really kind of brutalizing me, isn't it? Oh, Squigs on Furies. You know, I'll take that. That can't be that bad. His blues over on the far side, though, kind of hammering my forces a bit. Right side is only a little bit sus, but like he's gonna run out of units though for sure, right? For sure. Like, I still got my artillery pieces. They're having a good time. They can start hammering his Centaurs, I guess. Crap, he routed my trolls. He routed my trolls, man. All right, screw it. I don't need these anymore. Just give me Cav, man. Just give me Cav. He dies when I get the Cav on the field, all right? Value trading still going great. I have my my pump wagons a pumping. And yeah, I can just summon in all my mobility now. Cause like if he's just spamming Furies and Centaurs, my mobility should just crush it. I will say though, routing off that troll is kind of a shame, but it's okay. Honestly, I played this terribly, but we're still doing fine. Like I played this terribly, he played this really well, almost as well as he could have. And it's still going pretty bad for him. I'll take it, all right? Mobility into the horizon. Those Furies though, God, those Furies. What a menace. He landed his dude. I'm gonna fight him with the gobbo, I guess. Let's see. Hey, the trolls came back. Hell yeah. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Here we go. We're fine. There we go. All right. These Furies are dead. His blues are dead. He's out of units. All right. No retiring today for your boy Anticity. Did I make it closer than it needed to be? Absolutely. Are we going to win anyways? Absolutely. Because Zinch is a bad faction. What is that? What did he just cast? Barona's Time Warp. What a mad lad. What an absolute mad lad. Barona's Time Warp on the Centaurs? That's kind of terrifying. If I do say so myself. That's kind of menacing. Okay, what am I getting? Trolls, maybe? Maybe some trolls? The green tide is too much for him, though. Yeah, I think trolls would be apt. My other trolls rally. They routed again. These guys, man. These darn trolls. Alright, I'll just shoot his lord up. In the end, we're still goodies. I'm sure many of you were worried. But we never lose to Zinch. Never. Not even when I'm playing as Zinch, which is also a good sign. What do I want now? I don't know, Gobbo Archer? Sure. This is kind of a bad play, though. I should be ready for Cav. Oh, God! He did the thing! Did he net me? I don't think he netted me. I should be okay. Most of them will be able to escape that bombardment. One of them got Rampage, though, but... Thank goodness I can dodge. These lackluster spellcasts are really saving my butt here. And this poor guy has 0.02 reserves per second. Effectively nothing. I think if he didn't summon this shrine, he might have actually won it. Like, one more Centigore totally could have taken a huge advantage on me. But it was not meant to be. Lord dying to blue scribes would be hilarious. What's their melee attack? Okay, no, they got terrible stats. This Gobbo almost has better stats than the blue scribes. It's fine. Here comes the Fury spam. Fury madness, but I am made out of anti-infantry across the board. I don't think we gotta worry too much. I will say though, mass archers, very sus strategy indeed. But, you know, the Boar Boys did great, right? Like, 64 kills. Yeah, they did great. I think my mobility, like, Zinch they always have a rough time when it comes to the mobility late game. Because it can't take Chaos Knights. One of the things that my mod seeks to address. Get him in there. Yo, these Stone Trolls are so good versus Zinch. They can't get shot to death. 25% missile resist. 25% spell resist. Insane. GG. Good stuff. Oh, I should add my my thing. There we go. Sorry for the giant text, but I am that full of myself, actually, yes. No. There we go. That should be legible. There we go. Hell yeah! Greenskins for the win! Greenskins for the win! Greenskins versus Zinch. And the Greenskins win it! Amazing! More Kazafi. Hell yeah!
Any chance you gonna play Lizardmen today? Would like to see you use Razorden Hunting Pack, my favorite unit. P.S. Love the stream.
Yeah, let's go. Thank you very much for the Czech kroner, not Swedish francs. I could play Lizardmen for the SFT. Coming on up in about an hour. I would not mind. That seems like it'd be fairly hype. Knights are pretty expensive for what they do. Yeah. They need that buff. Yeah, it could be fun. Alright, SFT declaration. Lizardmen for my tourney coming up. We'll see if I can get some check-ins. We actually need a few check-ins. Solid font from earlier. Oh boy, I'm already getting messages about my mod not being balanced enough. Come on, it's the first pass, man. Cut me some slack. These guys. They haven't even tried it out yet. What madmen? Leave it huge. The massive text. I will say though, the tournament is at a bit of a weird time. It's like at a bad time for Europeans and people in the Americas. So we'll see. Minus 50 gold on Plague Monks. I guess it's true. I didn't really buff their magic that much. That bite was diabolical? What do you mean? Yeah, Plague Monks, I made them 600 gold. But I think I made a misstep because I compared them to, Rangers. And Plague Monks are arguably worse than Rangers. Kind of depends, they have Frenzy. But the problem is that Rangers aren't really like an amazing unit in the first place. Maybe like a 75 or 100 gold reduction for Plague Monks would have been much more apt. But what can you do? Yeah, I should have also buffed up Plague Sensor Bearers. We'll get there eventually though. Look, I had an evening. I had an evening to finish the mod, okay? Though, yeah. I will say though, 450 Warp Grinders has to be good, right? Dude, I made Warp Grinders 25% cheaper. That's a huge difference. Is 150 enough to make Seekers fair? I got no idea. We will have to see. Yeah, we're gonna have to use, everyone's gonna have to use the mod for the upcoming tourney. If there's not a lot of signups though, it's fine. Because I just need to get some test games in. The fork, the food hanging, the laziness and enjoyment, the half off-cam bite. I guess that is true. I guess I would never be a good mukbang streamer. Uncle Funkle 800 gold. I thought it was minus 600. I'll have to double check that. No, Great Unclean One is minus 400. It wasn't minus 800. Yeah. I think initially I thought minus 800, but that seemed a little out of hand. That was copy paste from the Steam description. God dang it. Let me check the Steam page real quick. I could have sworn I updated it. I might have forgotten to update it. God, mods are hard, man. Your workshop files, click the mod. go, No, it might have been before it got updated. It says Great Unclean One minus 400 now. Uncle Frunkle minus 400. It's not additive. It's individual basis. Hey, Sotek. Yo, Sotek. You have time to play in this tournament that I have coming up in an hour? It's a balance patch test tournament. I made Lord Croak minus 500 gold to try and get him to usable. It's sick. I made Nakai 200 gold cheaper. We're testing out various buffs to try and make units more playable. Oh, under Warriors of Chaos it says minus 800. God dang it. Let me change it. Let me change it. That explains everything. Let's see here. Edits. Title and description. Where's it at? Where's it at? Warriors of Chaos. Uncle Frunkle. Yes, he should be 400. Thank you. And then we go back to my thingamajig. Here we go. And then I can just paste that in with all the updates. Okay, we're good. Running errands. Dang it. I'm excited to see the increased duration buff spells. You know what I should do? I should make it not an SFT. And just let people have fun. That way we can experiment and test with a lot more. Let me see here. Top bracket picks 2. Bottom counters. Top bracket picks 2 can be, yeah, top bracket picks 2, bottom counters, top picks 1 of the 2. Yeah, that way we can actually get more variety. I'm gonna do that instead. Because we're gonna need a lot of testing, right? Unless we get like an absurd number of signups. I think that will be needed. How come you haven't seen people use the avalanche mortars? They get used from time to time, but they're not super pops. Alright, sick. We're up against Leech Lord. Yo, yo. Alrighty. Here we go. Let's see, I got lobby. I'm greenskins. Let's send first. Alright, where are the maps? The maps are... we go over here. The maps are Twilight Forest, Sunken Mire, Atsushi Castle. Okay. Let's see. Tournaments. Where's it at? Top 4. We go into here. All right. And it's going to be, yeah, you're first. Yeah, mortars did get pretty heavily nerfed indeed. Ben's Meyer. He's on Tomb Kings. Okay. Twilight Forest. Let's play Atsuchi. That's a pretty big map. Should be pretty manageable. Yeah, getting a proper idea of the balance of my mod will take a while. At the very least, though, the number one thing that I want to get in first is I want to get some interesting games out of it. I want to see some cool units and some replays. If I can get that, I'm happy. All right, let's see. It's also the crowd that complains about buff spells getting buffed. Yet in tournaments, they'll just keep running Melkoths forever. Actually, some people do run buff spells. But they don't win. They don't win. Except for that hidden tech, though. I will say, the Flesh to Stone tech is so cool against Cavalry. Alright, what am I doing? Greenskins versus Tomb Kings. This, I think, is a pretty rough matchup for us, but not insurmountable. Yeah, but there's going to be some pushback on it. Naturally. If I host it enough, though, we'll be able to convince some people. Even if it is slow going. Would you ever think about stat adjustments? No stat adjustments because it changes how units actually perform. It changes how units perform, which is a little sus. Generally you don't want to do that because, like, unless the mod really catches on, it just becomes too different from normal gameplay. It's way easier to, like, visualize how cost changes are different for units. But yeah. Let's see. So Tomb Kings have infantry spam, and their infantry are incredibly tanky. So, like, a Tomb King's Man-Tide would be actually pretty bad for me. Then again, I have this. Yeah, it's way easier to learn new costs than to learn new unit stats. For sure. Squigma Mail. Oh, God. Let's see here. The biggest thing is Ushapti and not getting run over by their chariots. If I can manage that, I should be fine. Alrighty. So check-ins are open for my tournament now. I gotta go do that. Okay, there we go. What am I supposed to do versus Tomb Kings? I swear, like, everything here just doesn't feel very good. I feel I'm gonna get shot up, or, like, I don't know. Okay, like, this is okay. But, like, how do I not get absolutely run over by their vast number of mobile pieces? Gotta root for your boy, for your boys this one. Oh, Tomb King's Enjoyer? Oh, no. Alright. I'll accept it. Acceptable fate. Ooh, okay. Alright. I have, ooh, okay. I have something going on here. That should be pretty good. Magic-wise, there's not a lot of magic that's going to be exceptional here. So I might as well just take a very cheap caster instead of over-investing, as that'll lead to some issues. Let's see. So I gotta kill his infantry. Huh. You know what? This is not an insane idea. It's a slightly insane idea, but it's not the most insane idea. And then I can take... Man, this is really a matchup that I just have no idea what I'm doing, isn't it? I guess I'll just take the normal stuff. Just take a bunch of good things and micro well. It's probably good enough for most situations. Trolls are like a death sentence because they'll just rout immediately. There's too many terror-causing pieces and mobile tools here. Range spam is also very sus because mass infantry can just pile on you. But I think I at least have a decent situation here. Okay, all right. You know what? I'm feeling much better now. I think I finally filled the gap that I was looking for. So yeah, here we go. We have a build. All Cav all the time. Cav max against Tomb Kings is so risky. With the whole crumbling business, you can't leadership wreck them, which is very bad. Incredibly, incredibly bad. Redeem to hydrate, thank you. Hey, Haxus, thank you very much for the 3 months. If Tomb King's unit is crumbling, it doesn't get healer from the faction passive. Interesting. Here's the thing though, right? Most of the time, I just want to trigger the passive early. That's one thing I forgot. That's so important when you're fighting against Tomb Kings. You have to trigger their passive before you attack their whole army. The biggest one just to assert dominance. I wish. Unfortunately, he kind of sucks. Mm-hmm. Oh crap, was he not ready? Oh, now he sees he's ready. My bad. Double War Sphinx? Okay. This is why we have Skarsnik and Acid Burpa. As long as his War Sphinxes can't get on top of me, I'm fine. That's terrifying. So I'm just gonna have to Acid Burpa him, right? Gotta remember, he also has his 6th summon. But he shouldn't be able to kill the Black Orcs right away, not with the Rampage. And Acid Burp is fairly good as long as he doesn't have Ushapti, which he does not. His ranged Pump Wagons, yeah, but it's not really ranged. It doesn't actually do like ranged damage. They're basically melee. Alright, here we go. Aren't Tomb Kings the original vampires? Yeah. They were the OGs. They made the counts. All right. Here we go. Skelly Horse Archers coming on in. As long as these things can land at least a couple hits, I'll be okay. I'm just trying to bait them forwards. The thing is, the damage output on these guys is not magnificent. They're much better suited for killing like single entities and such. And it's not like I can't get a single entities to come forwards. You know, I can tussle on this point a little bit. But, yeah, definitely a we'll have to see situation. These guys are purely just to take points after everything's all dead. I have very few infantry. It does make them a lot easier to defend. That part I enjoy very much. Little itty bitty artillery pieces are doing fine. His Nehekar warriors, there's the hits that we're looking for. Just a little bit of free poking is solid. Even one of his War Sphinxes already took a bit of damage. But remember, we can't split the damage too much because they will just heal. I gotta get kills now to trigger his Realm of Souls. One big tussle would be the worst case scenario for me. I do have a Rampage over here, but I can force him up a little bit more just by capturing the point. So he really wants to kill my artillery pieces. That makes sense. What happened to the other one? Did I desummon it accidentally? What happened to it? Wait, teleport withdraw is still you? God dang it. What the crap? Did I just teleport withdraw my very expensive artillery piece? God dang it. Alright. I see how it is, game. At the very least, we have our capture point here. Acid Burp is doing great. He shouldn't be able to take this fight, as it's just Nehekar Horsemen. It's pretty chill. And if I can just kill them off, then we're set. Okay, so there's the slow, so he's going big on this push here. Skarsnik's definitely gonna have to help out. Cooldowns have been increased, unfortunate. But yeah, if I can just kill off all his cav, I'm not too worried. Skarsnik's also a beast in combat. Acid Burp is doing great. Yeah, there goes all his cav. There we go. Just gotta get him dead before that passive triggers. There's passive number 1. Passive number 1 is down. Let's just rampage these guys. I don't want him anymore. I don't want him to cycle charge me to death. That would be very painful. I should be able to aggress that flank side now. Artillery piece is fairly well defended too. Yeah, alright, let's do some of this. Honestly, defensive greenskin's working out pretty well. There we go. So that rampage did pretty good work versus his few chariots there. Black Orcs are munching away. Can't get them to... I don't want them to overextend though, otherwise they just die. Skarsnik's a great option versus these War Sphinxes though, as he can just kind of solo them. And so far it seems like he's taken pretty bad trades overall. The biggest play is like my Black Orcs taking so much damage, but otherwise things are fairly manageable. I might even be able to capture this far side. Yeah, trading is really good for me right now. Trading is exceptional. Good to see, good to see. Acid Burpa with its, there you go, melty ability over there. Should do fine. Couple crows on my artillery crew. I'm just going to try and bait them out. They can't do that much damage in so little time. So that should be fine. Skarsnik's doing okay. Nice. Great massacre over here. He actually sends in more carrion. I feel like the carrion are terrible choices. But we'll have to see. Maybe they'll crush it. There's another slow. As long as we keep them slowed too, they shouldn't be able to cause me too many issues. Nice. And that's just a free carrion over on the far side. This one did kill off my pump wagons with the help of a couple spears, though. That part's pretty painful. I might even have to ditch that point, which is a little unfortunate. Middle point's going well, though. I do still have a whack load more of these guys. This carrion are dead, hell yeah. And that means that it's just cleanup, right? I'm pretty sure his value's just so far behind, there's no way he ever comes back from this. I'm assuming so, and we're just gonna go for the capture points now. You can kind of tell because I am like running out of units. I'm kind of running out of units to summon on in, which is a pretty good sign. Fairly good massacre over here, over yonder. Looking not bad. Middle point's captured. Yeah, I think it's over. I think it's over. Now I just have to fix the whole teleport withdraw accidental hotkey thing that I keep doing. So what is it? It's U. I have to get rid of whatever hotkey U is. Because it's just... it's just making me lose units, man. Oh, he has Necrotex to heal his Sphinxes. That's crazy. Will it be enough, though? I have so much cavalry. And this one Doomdiver catapult can just keep hammering down. Plus, he's probably going to lose his Lord soon. I don't imagine Kodtep is going to survive this madness, unfortunately, for him. Hey, nice. I got the carrion dead. Nice, nice. Yeah, I think he's pretty screwed, right? War Sphinxes are scary, but they ain't that bad. Not when you're ready for them. All right, there we go. Slow them down so they can't dodge or nothing. I even still have the black orcs, which is a great touch. Oh, Sandstorm. He's trying to save himself. It shall not be enough, though. No way Kodtep lives. Yeah, Sandstorm kind of moved out of the way. All right. Yeah, I can't believe how good Skarsnik was, though. Skarsnik the Chad. He just kind of kept fighting the whole battle. He's an old school lord for sure, but he's pretty spooky in the right circumstances. He's actually pretty immune to stuff like Spirit Leech, too. So you don't have to worry about Lord Snipe when it comes to Skarsnik either. It's a good time indeed. There's a little bit of a buff for my dudes. Then we do this. Target fire that last Sphinx. No more Sphinxes means nothing more my opponent can really do. Like, his entire build revolved around the Sphinx plays, right? Still have a, like, what, 3,000 gold lead? Even with the heals, there's no way that's gonna help him. There's the D-summon. Savage Orcs to hold the point. And then it's just this last point. Yeah, this one's over. Although I will say, he's making it a little bit more on the sus side. Brings in the carrion too. Kind of menacing. Can I get the D-summon in time? I'm going to guess yes, because the game be like that. Oh! Oh! Oh, that sucks! Oh, that sucks so bad for my opponent. Oh, God, the humanity. That D-summon could not have gone better. That was actually the best D-summon possible. I will say, though, his Sphinxes are barely clinging on, which is extremely annoying. The healing on them is pretty brutal, too. So maybe he's able to come back here. That was nasty, yeah. Straight nasty desummon. Dang, the Sphinxes with the mass route. Okay, alright, my dude. Thankfully on the charge, these guys will get a little bit of leadership back. Barring a Skarsnik loss, I should still be okay. Though I will say it is mildly sus now. I'm like really running out of summons. Like really running out of summons now. How much cavalry can he possibly bring in though, right? This guy has leadership. He should be able to help. Skarsnik just route? Oh god. I think Skarsnik just routed. Okay, wait just a darn second. My opponent's actually kind of making a comeback here. With that rather spooky Skarsnik route that he just got down. I should be able to hold this point at least, but that's not good. What, do I bring in the Acid Burpa? I don't think I have time for that. I think I gotta bring in cavalry. Cavalry, just these dudes. He killed him! Oh, at the worst time ever, too. Oh, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. So he did kill Skarsnik. I can get a resummon on him. But he does have one Sphinx alive. And that Sphinx is probably going to be an absolute menace this game. That's pretty unfortunate. I do get a capture point, though. So that's pretty comfy. Capture point is good. I can get the Rugloods in here. I'm probably going to have to just resummon Skarsnik. We both are down our lords right now. So, big question mark. Big question mark indeed. On how this one pans out. I do still have the capture point. That's good. I could use this just to finish off the Necro, the Sphinx, the Kembrian War Sphinx. Just get him out of here. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. He's crumbling. God, not the Lord throw. Alright, once the Sphinx is dead, though, I should be in a much better situation. Everything revolves around the Sphinx. Without it, he's nothing. He's got nothing on me. Except for 2 capture points. He definitely has 2 capture points. There you go. So Sphinx is dead. These guys are crumbling. I'll slow it down so it can't keep grinding me. There we go. Nice. Got the Necrotech summon-ins. The heals. Everything. I'm not even winning this point. That's pretty bad. Can I win it with Orc Boys, though? Probably, right? I can probably still win this if I get some Orc Boys there. And just take that out. There we go. So he does lose the Sphinx, which is all I really need to close this one out. Although the tickets are very close. Admittedly, the tickets are very close. He has triple capped me. Oh boy, not like this. Not like this. The Sphinx barely living. Are you kidding me? Is that what's gonna do me in? The barely alive Sphinx? Oh god. Oh, the triple cap. No. No. God, no. I should have played this one more carefully. The Skarsnik death was what did me in for sure. Yeah, the double Doom Diver was great. I should have focus fired the Sphinx. It was a simple play that would have won it for me. I was way too aggressive here. I made a lot of misplays. Well played, though. Well played. GG! Alright, that means I can start getting ready for my, my tournament then, right? I don't think there's any way to come back from this. Let's not stall the tournament any longer. God dang! What the crap? GG! Well played. Yeah, I just goobered Skarsnik. I didn't expect the one Sphinx to dumpster him so hard though. Let's see here. Yeah, so he summoned in the Necrotechs. They did pretty well. It's going so well. Also, I have to unbind that key. I accidentally desummoned my my thing. Did I just forget to save the controls? I swear that might have lost me the game too. The fact that I de-summoned one of my artillery pieces at the end, because I don't think he killed it, right? Where is it at, man? Where is it at? Yeah, toggle withdraw. God dang, save the keys. I swear that might have lost me. Right, my artillery piece just disappeared out of nowhere, right? I'm not crazy. Now, I may be just trying to find a scapegoat for my loss, but I must see. Withdraw is not unsummon. Are they separate keys? Let me check. Do they serve the same function in multiplayer? Yeah, the artillery desummon made it where I couldn't kill his sphinxes. It was 100% desummoned. God dang. Wait, let me see. Yeah. See, now it's gone. God dang it. It would have been so easy to kill his Sphinx with a whole extra Doom Diver catapult. Ah, that's so bad. Yeah, it was unsummoned very early, right? Okay, alright. You know, I don't have to feel as bad about it then. 'Tis fine by me. He takes the win. Makes sense you don't use a withdraw in multiplayer. I don't need a bound to a hotkey. That much is for sure. Yeah, they teleport instead of walking, yeah. How could you even hit you by accident? I don't know. It's like so far, right? I don't know how it was withdrawing, unless I have a hotkey somewhere that's just triggering it. Yeah, both Sphinx being killed, even like there was one Sphinx like on crumbling too. And then Skarsnik would have Skarsnik could have crushed it. And it's a 500 gold loss also. Just purely because you don't get full refund. God dang it, my fingers are huge. Oh man, yeah, it was a really good comeback though. It was still exceptionally close. But yeah, such is life. Refund only cares about health remaining, which is why artillery pieces generally do pretty well with them. Very unfortunate. I miss my code a lot though. Let's be real, I totally could have won even with the flub. The big misplays were losing the acid burpa really early on. I should have kept it as safe as possible until the Sphinxes were dead. Because like everything revolved around the Sphinxes dying. As soon as I lost my anti-Sphinx tech, they just had a romp on my infantry. Absolute rompening. And then I also played for the far point, which was just a way to end the game earlier, but it's generally a pretty bad play. Generally. Think Uncle Funkel's too expensive at 1800. We'll see. So at 1800, Uncle Funkel would be as expensive as the acid burpa. So if he was the same cost, he would be way tankier and way slower. But his stats are immaculate, right? He also has bound abilities. So I give it a hard maybe. At least he's a maybe. I'll take a maybe. All that. Here we go. Does refund care about ammo use or just health remaining? Oh, I already answered that. Red Olgor will never see the light of day. Red Olgor is bugged right now, so I don't even think it's even worth reducing his cost. Because then more people will run into the bug where you can't attack things. Oh, redeem a stretch, thank you. Ugh. could see Uncle Frunkle being useful to just sit on a point. Yeah. Like 1800's not bad. 1800 is like we can debate it. It's definitely not like a must take though. But you know, he's a really chunky single entity. If you look at like other really chunky single entities, you can just compare it to like I guess if you compare it to a giant, nobody really uses giants though. It's like the most expensive slow single entity that sees play. I guess it's not that much. Redeem to hydrate. I gotta get more water then. Alright, here we go. He's 36 speed. So if you compare him to a giant, this guy has what, 39 speed? A Beastman giant is 39 speed. So something you can add to units besides a cost reduction to make them viable in multiplayer? Yes, but I don't really want to... I don't want to experiment more, otherwise it gets too far from the current meta. Even with only like, you know, 1 or 2 units change per faction, people people already don't want to play this mode. And the goal is to get a lot of testing done. A lot of testing. But yeah, cost is the safest knob to mess with. I think it's the best for general play. If any of you guys want to sign up, by the way, we are looking for people to just test out the tournament. You can sign up in the link. Use the link. It doesn't count towards your stats or anything. So feel free to. We're trying to squeeze people in, and then hopefully get some good replays. That's the ultimate goal. Oh, you know what I should do right now? Let's see here. I had a replay. Yeah, this one. I can do a little bit of replay casting while we wait. It won't lower your 5% win rate, hell yeah. Yeah, yo, this is one of the replays I wanted to cast. I don't know if it gets outdated though. We'll have to keep an eye out to see if it gets out of sync, because CA did change a couple things. Hopefully nothing too crazy though, and it stays in sync. But here we go. This is a battle between Zone and Own Goal. Just a fun replay to cast. It's going to be Slanesh on Zone versus Own Goal's Feral Dreadsaurian Lizardman. Pretty hype. He has a red-crested Skink Chief, just to keep his build fairly cheap so he can still field a lot of dudes. Good number of Skinks and all that. Has some Croxagores. Overall, pretty weird build from Own Goal. For Zone, it's pretty normal, right? Just, you know, general strong Slanesh infantry. He has his mobility. Ain't nothing too crazy to talk about on that front. We're gonna see some Hell Scourges coming on in. But, will he be able to win? The Dreadsaurian's pretty hard to kill. Does he have Rampage? Okay, yeah, so this is a Pavane of Slanesh allowed tournament. So that means he can just straight Rampage this thing and potentially kill it. But overall, Lizardmen, if they really want to win the single entity fight, they absolutely can. With the Rev Crystal, he can just heal up the Feral Dreadsaurian almost infinitely. And I would expect that to go down. As soon as it starts taking damage, that means it probably can outduel the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. He put a video out on Skink Chiefs. He loves having the cheapo melee lord. Well, it's great because you get to get a bunch more infantry, right? But yeah, you know, we have the Dreadsaurian, we have some Croxagores coming in. Oh, Temple Guard. Okay, very interesting. Temple Guard are elite, essentially halberd Lizardmen infantry, so they can outgrind all melees as long as they're not getting hit by exclusively anti-infantry tools. And here we go. First engagement. A little bit of an overextension for own goal. Someone decides not to fight it because Croxagores are coming in, so he's probably going to want to disengage soon. It looks like he's just using his mobility to take this point. I will say, though, his infantry is very spread apart. So you can see... Whoopsie daisies. Zone's infantry, they stretch all the way from this point and loop all the way around here. Whereas the Lizardmen are pretty well consolidated. So I would expect the Lizardmen to be able to get a pretty solid fight with all their units, where Slaanesh may be lagging behind. Good pick on the Croxagore unit, though. Although he does send in his Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh. And they probably get wrecked by Croxagores, much like they get wrecked by Ushabti. So a little bit rough there, but Croxagore pick is good. However, yeah, a little bit rough. By using his infantry, by having them so spread out, they're just not really getting the support they need, right? Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh are not a, standalone unit. They really need a little bit of help. We do see one route over there. Croxagores actually rallied from terror routing. That's brutal, although they should route once again, so not the biggest loss in the world, but a little bit rough. Pretty bad engagement too, sending in the cavalry, so they're going to be taking a lot of damage, but nice rampage cast. Although I will say, the Lizardmen still got their charge, so slight non-optimizations on the Slaanesh side is actually going to put them a little bit behind. You can see over here, but mostly the play is going to come down to the Dreadsaurian and this Keeper of Secrets, I would expect. But already, 2 Chaos Warriors. That's a nice pick up for the Lizardmen. Over yonder, we have, okay, some Spears fighting Croxagores. That's a good trade for Slaanesh. He's almost in the pocket, but not quite, right? You can see how, like, this basically, own goal actually managed to get a Lizardman box going at the beginning of the match. Wait, do I not have game audio this whole time? I don't have game audio this whole time. Nobody told me. And if you did, I'm blind. I didn't see. I apologize. Let's see our game audio. Sound. Go over here. Microphone. No. Yeah, there's no game audio. Let's see. And then I gotta go here. Warhammer output to this. There we go. There you go. All right. Game audio. We did it. Just took me bloody ages. It just took me bloody ages to get it up, but we finally have audio once again. Anyways, fairly good pick on the Rev Crystal. While the infantry trades are pretty bad, his single entity micro is working a lot better for him here. That really gets his trading values back. It was said in chat, so he is in fact blind also. God dang it. Slaanesh is in melee, which is exactly where they want to be. And can he get it to route? Ooh, barely not. Dang, look at this guy. Barely alive, gets healing on the Dreadsaurian. Or I mean the feral Dreadsaurian. So all damage dealt to this is more or less inconsequential until he kills this Rev Crystal. So I'd say Lizardmen still have a fairly good lead. Soul Grinder of Slaanesh is spicy indeed too. As it's a very uncommon pick. But it's getting a little bit of working. We'll see though, if it doesn't pay for itself, like it costs almost 2,000. If this thing doesn't pay for itself, it's a huge loss for Slaanesh. And a route over here too. Even with the Pavane, the Cold One Riders. Oh, okay, there you go, yeah. Now they get countercharged. So that's pretty bad for the Lizardmen. Lots of punches going both ways. Lots of like 800 gold swings for both sides. And a consolidation of the Keeper and the Soul Grinder now is going to be pretty bad for the Lizardmen forces. Here we go. Already one cav unit down. Other one very close to dying to just a couple Hellstriders. Forsaken coming on in. They get a charge. And there you go. Damage is pretty low though. They don't really get that much done. But Forsaken come on over here. Big route for the Lizardman though, and there is still a double cap for Slaanesh. So as long as he keeps trading about evenly here, it's probably fine, right? Like this should be really good for Slaanesh right now, especially with another huge rampage, reduces their melee defense. Oh my God, massive route for the leader, for the Lizardman, leadership. With only like one Cold One Rider here to support, 2 single entities versus 1. This should be really good for Slaanesh, right? I forget if Zone told me if he lost this or not. That's why I keep questioning. Did this, is he gonna lose this? There's no way he loses this, right? This should be a crush inning, right? We got some Cold One Spear Riders are coming on in. Exalted Keeper of Secrets, okay. You got a hit off, but yeah, Cold One Riders. They're coming on in. Honestly, pretty mid-charge on the Exalted Keeper. They do heal when units are routing near them. Feasting on Fear is very good for that. But it does seem like Slaanesh is kind of running out of units though, right? You know what? Maybe I was overestimating Slaanesh. Yeah, a lot of their value is in their single entities, and without infantry support, this could actually go really bad. And maybe a sign is the fact that they just decided to fight forwards past this point when they could have fought like way back here to trade better. Although I will say, Feral Dreadsaurian shouldn't be able to outduel a Keeper and a Soul Grinder, right? Soul Grinder pay for itself yet? Still about like, you know, 800, you know, maybe 600 gold now. Holy crap. Feral Dreadsaurian munching on the Keeper. What's the stat difference? 35 to 31. 35-31 to 35-54. Plus anti-large. The Keeper should have a really good fight against this, but it doesn't have a lot of HP, and I think that's what's holding him back. Soul Grinder's trying to run away from the Feral Dreadsaurian too. It's looking pretty rough. Fiends of Slaanesh also trying to figure out where they want to go, but like Slaanesh is still really powerful. I just really feel sussed out by the fact that he's fighting all the way here, right? Like look at the spawn point for Lizardmen and the spawn point for Slaanesh. Lizardmen have to travel half the distance that Slaanesh has to travel. So that's like a lot of resources that Slaanesh is going to be behind on. And that's just a constant the longer you fight in this area. And really the only thing he's getting is just like a couple more picks, but it's gonna be rough. Fiends of Slaanesh are pretty squishy too. Getting charged by Cold One Spear Riders is not entirely pleasant. And the Soul Grinder does get pretty low. Did not pay for itself. Yeah, this is looking pretty bad now. Now, I would still say Slaanesh has a pretty good time. He could play for value, right? We could see a Slaanesh value play here. I will say Own Goal's been playing this very well too. Being able to keep his Feral Dreadsaurian alive. You have to make sure it doesn't overextend constantly, because its attack animations can do that. Yeah, I really don't know how I feel about that Soul Grinder. And now he's capturing this point, but okay, yeah. As expected, Zone does go for the capture point over here. He's essentially just going for the raw value play, right? And if you can just clean up the Lizardman army, it means that you don't have to worry that much. It means you can be fairly relaxed and just slowly take back your points. In fact, he actually wins on a single cap by quite a dramatic margin too. So all he really has to do is just not get wiped by the Lizardman. Now that's gonna be pretty difficult, right? We have a Feral Dreadsaurian and a Keeper of Secrets at half HP. How did the world come to this? Before, it was a Feral Dreadsaurian, a full HP Keeper, and a Soul Grinder. And he took out about 3/4 of the Slaanesh single entity core. Reminds you of a certain, whoa, and he leaves? He doesn't even play it out? That's crazy. I guess he didn't have a lot of units left, but god dang! Yeah, he couldn't even kill a normal Feral Saurian. That's brutal, man. Honestly, I feel like he could have cycle charged it more. Keeper of Secrets does so much damage to it with its anti-large and way better stats. That's kind of crazy, man. That's kind of crazy. Are you kidding me? Unless the game desynced, but I don't think it desynced, right? That looked like a pretty normal game. Dang, alright. Well, that's kind of crazy. I can't believe it. Alright, well, I will download the other replays real quick. These ones are submitted to my coaching Discord, so you can go ahead and check it out. Alright. So we save these. Go to Warhammer. Go to replays. Paste them in. Dang. Yeah, how did this guy do? Hey, you know, not bad. Not bad for the price. Did he have a caster? Yeah, he had a caster. Yo, the caster got hella value. Honestly, when you don't expect your lord to get value, just taking a cheaper one can oftentimes be the much better solution. If you had 2-hour duration buff spells, you could kill it. Oh, man. Yo, the Slanesh double damage ability on Nakari. Now, that's the spice. Now, we have some other replays. They should be in here now. There you go. Yeah, I can go ahead and get these covered. I don't have time to cover all of them, but we can start with this. Hopefully it doesn't desync because of the patch. I don't think it will, though. The patch didn't seem to change any battle shenanigans. But I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell if the game is desyncing because it's kind of a slow process. It's a slow corruption. It's like... You know, it really could go either way, but sometimes it's really obvious when it's desyncing. Alright, so what we got? Double Immune Rat Ogre, nice. Ikiclaw on his bike, nice. Gorich. Honestly, everything here is pretty normal. Let's see, Klein Rat Spears. I will say, there is a significant lack of Skaven slaves that worries me. And this is pretty all in on the single entities. They're pretty fast, so it's typically safer to leave them in reserve, but... Overall, not a terrible situation. He's up against Orion. Oh, we got a Branch Wraith over here. Takes out a couple Dryads, but... Shouldn't be too bad, right? He has Flensing. He has a lot of meta things, although I will say those Poison Wing Globadiers. Oh boy, those Poison Wing Globadiers. They got massacred. A little bit of clumping, too, means that that Pendulum got really good value. Dang, that was really bad. Oh my god. Okay, I see what went wrong here. I see what went wrong here. Yeah, alright. So this is some massive single entity misplacement. Unless it's desyncing. Unless it's desyncing. We have, hope I didn't forget you 2 replays in that Discord. I think I got them. Caravdir, you sent, did I ever cover those? I guess I didn't, right? Oh yeah, I should, yeah. There you go. Tournament 40 and tournament, what's it? I'm on it. Let's see here. Yeah, 40 and 38. There we go. I got him in. We're good. We'll have to see if it desyncs though, because then it's not much to do. But anyways, misplacement of single entities. Way out of position. Where he should have been killing Orion. He just had those guys killing the Dryads. If you do that, you have to pull way back with your units and not take a fight. Otherwise, you kind of get massacred. I don't think there's a lot he can really do here, right? At this point, he kind of lost his entire center line. Unless, like, the single entities really crushed it. But I think that's basically the whole... It's basically the whole thing, right? No infantry support. Orion actually manages to kill Immune Rat Ogre. Triads jump him, though. Oh, Rat Ogre jumps him. Okay, you know, an Orion pick would not be bad. Though I will say the spread on them is kind of rough. Gorich is all the way over there. It gets all the way over here. If he blobbed them together and killed Orion, it would be a bloody massacre. Ikiclaw, though, gets completely surrounded. And he's gone. Very rough. Orion does die, though. Maybe Skaven can actually pull it back. Dang, yo, they actually pulled it back a lot. I thought they were donezo, but aside from the Ikit Claw loss, mayhaps. Are these custom battles a point buy-in like in tabletop? No. Oh wait, oh yeah, I guess it is, yeah. I guess it is. It's just the numbers are way higher than on tabletop. But yeah, you spend money for the units and then you deploy. Although here you get reinforcements. On tabletop you don't usually get reinforcements, right? Pretty sure you don't usually. Anyway, Skaven are still pretty far behind, right? They still have to get a lot back in value. They do have the power of single entities though. He does lose Gorch. I think he lost one of his Mune Rat Ogres, but he should still be able to get a lot of work done with this guy with some Cycle Charge. Although I will say, Wood Elf Infantry is just insane, right? Oh, that Pendulum too. Just insta out some. Okay, yeah, Skaven's dead now. Skaven's absolutely dead now. Just, I'm just gonna fast forward to check for these things. So I also have my tournament coming up soon. So we will just kind of speed through this one, but the biggest thing is just making a single entity stay together. Because when they're alone, they can get singled out very hard. We had like a few instances where they were just really out of position. Otherwise, though, the unit control is fine. You know, I don't really see any like major misplays when it comes to unit control. It's in terms of like, you know, general micro, aside from taking that big fight here. But like otherwise, you know, like he has his spears covering his weapon teams, right? He's casting spells. He has very meta units. It really is just a single entity micro. And yeah, this double cap, and you know, it's actually pretty close despite some of the bad trades. Are we seeing some mod action now? Yeah. Mod's beginning, or the mod tournament's beginning. If you want to help me test it out, head on over here.
There is only defeat.
Head on over. Sign up. It's open to everyone. But yeah. What's the difference between Dread Saurian and Feral ones? They have way better leadership. And I think they can rampage the feral dudes. All right, let's see what we got. Do we have any signups? Not many signups, but hey, you know, if it's just gonna be a small lobby, it's fine. It's fine. It just means we'll be playing a lot of the same people, but what can you do? Tournament starts in 1 minute. Last minute signups, feel free. I will be hosting this tomorrow, though. I know a lot of people aren't gonna like it, but I do want to try out the mode as much as possible. All right. Here we go. Starting in 1 minute. I'm happy that we see, like, what? We see, like, 4 pretty high tier players. I'll take it. What does a mod do? It drastically reduces the cost of a lot of underpicked units. Drastically. Alright, let's go ahead and refresh. And here we go. And so begins the tournament. Rebalance? Yeah, it's a rebalance. And a lot of spell changes, too. Should be some very good data for a lot of units to see if they're OP or not. Uncle Funkle. Should I play Nurgle? I'll start with Lizardman, because that was a donation request. All right. Bigger fish not checked in. Let's message him. Let's go ahead and message. Yeah, Cost adjusted, no stat changes. Alright, nice. We got bigger fish. Alright, so we should be able to get a good handful of games. As long as we have a couple people in here, we can match and queue up and have fun. And I should be able to test out a lot of things. And we should be good. Alright, so here we go. So I gotta enable the mod, and then we should be set. But is Flaming Sword good? You know, with Lizardman, I can run Flaming Sword. And then, we'll see if it does anything. Lizardman with Flaming Sword. Let's see here. Will it be better than Burning Head, though? I'm really interested. I'm really interested to see. You can also put it on your Skink Skirmishers, though. That one might actually be real interesting. All that. Here we go. They're all checked in. Generating the bracket. And it begins. Thank you very much for the people who signed up. It does let me get a lot of testing and data in. At goblins. I don't have to ping at goblins. I guess I might as well. At goblins. Round 1. Not many sign ups. Tourney starting. Not many sign-ups. So I'll just message the players from here. And no need to ping here. Alright. Here we go. Yo yo. No top for today. Just testing mod. All right. So let's get the mods going. And we should be fine. Also, yeah, Shredder of Lustria has like a massive leadership aura for the ROR. Normal Saurian, I forget. I feel like the normal Saurian, the biggest benefit is its thingamajig. Alright. Here we go. Let's invite them. So we're gonna have a game against Pontim's Claw. Should be good. I'm bottom bracket, so he's playing Dark Elves. I don't know. Who should I play as? Oh yeah, Lizardman. I'll play Lizardman. Alright, so the big things with Lizardman. The big things with the Lizardman in this mod is that Croak is cheaper and Nakai is cheaper. 'Tis all. Is there anything else? Not really, right? Croak is cheaper and Nakai is cheaper. So I am obligated to take Croak and Nakai. Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, so Croak only costs 900 baseline now. God dang. With his spells and everything. I guess he does come preloaded with spells. Still an insane price point. Nakai, though, might actually be playable at 1550 instead of 1700 almost. People asking about the... Yeah, so Feral Dread Saurian has Feral Rage and nothing else. This one has Predatory Fighter, which is a speed boost. But otherwise, they're more or less the same. It also has a ranged attack, which is kind of nice. Just kind of shoots a bit while you move it around, but yeah. I could also run, could run Flaming Sword. 56 duration Flaming Sword. I could also run, Light of Battle. Light of Battle's the most... this one's the most likely to be OP. In my head. It's actually so good. I'm like almost wondering if Light of Battle's good in normal play, but probably doesn't last long enough, right? Mm-hmm. What's the title about? I made a mod. I made a mod implementing a lot of changes to underused units to hopefully get them played more. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna try to Kai. I'm just gonna try to Kai Croak. Should be fun. Also, yeah, one change per lore of magic, indeed. But yeah, so one of the big things is I made Croak way cheaper. I think I gave him a, let's see here. Lizardman. Yeah, Croak is 500 gold cheaper. Oh my gosh, this guy has to... You can't play it because he can't download the mod. God dang it. Alright. I'll probably just cancel the tournament and just do show matches then, huh? It's probably the best way to go about it. God, what a shame! What a shame! I feel like factions that would really like Light of Battle don't get Light Magic, yeah. Anyways, it's no problem. No cooldown Deliverance of Itza. Deliverance of Itza is not really that powerful, though, compared to other magic. Alright. I'll probably just do show matches then. Huh. Let's see here. So we'll just go to, let's close this. And then, yeah, I'll probably just close the tournament. God dang. Shame. Six. Do this. Normal terracotta still doesn't feel good. Yo, are you free, Karav, We're open to show matches. We'll do show matches. Is the Croak meta upon us? Probably not. Because, like, typically, people can get 2,000 gold value off of, like... I've seen, like, where is it at? Okay, nice, nice. I've seen people take Dryads or Branch Wraiths with literally just Malkoths at, like, 550 and they get like 2,000 gold value just spamming Melkoths. So I feel like Croak, unless Deliverance of Itza's better than Melkoth's, probably not. Are you winded today? Eh. TBD. I was hoping I could get a bigger test for this mod, but I think the time I scheduled the tournament is a little rough. Yeah, we'll see though. If I can get some good show matches off, I'm at least happy with that. You change Beastman Harpies at all? Harpies are used though, so I don't think they really need a big Harpy change. TBD. And we wait. And we wait. How much would it cost to make a Temple Guard rank 9? Technically, not that much more if you take the ROR. Only 350. To make a normal Temple Guard higher, though. It's a little rough. Alright, nice. Nice! Alright. So you have game number 1 against Falling Star, also known as B6. Hell yeah, yo yo. Thanks for trying out the mod. All right, here we go. All right. All right. So Lizardmen versus Skaven. Sure. Let's play on Atsushi. How do we do? Well, I got Nakai, I got Croak. What does a Nakai Croak build look like? If I were to do this. Are we talking about chevrons? I feel like chevrons, if they were viable, it would have to be so much more balancing on CA's part that it's not really worth it. I'd rather have them put more time and effort balancing units instead of chevrons. Yo, I did discover, by the way, that Saurus warriors are actually pretty close to normal plague bearers. They're very close to being essentially just plague bearers. So I kind of want to try like a big old infantry push build. Will it work? You know what? Maybe. This is like a proper shove 'em back type of build, right? So what if I just take absurd numbers of Saurus? I have the Feral Cold ones. I have Nakai. Primal Roar doesn't really last very long, so I don't really want to take that. But I can summon some Feral Bastiladons at the beginning of the game. And then we just rush them, right? It's just like a full-on Saurus, just meat rush. What's the worst that can happen? Maybe I'll take the Umbral Tide for the perfect vigor. 2 units of cavalry. But yeah, this has to be pretty good, right? Let's see. Croak is also really good because even though you can dodge his spells, you have to run away from them, otherwise they'll massacre your face, right? We'll see. I'm interested to see how this one goes. Can you add a spectator slot? Is someone casting? If you just want to watch, then Maybe not, but if someone's planning on casting, sure, I'll do it. But generally, I don't want to add more people because it can lag the game. You just want to watch? You can watch on stream. Although you can sub out with B6 after a little bit. Yeah. If there were dedicated servers, I would totally be fine with it. But because it's peer-to-peer, the chances of lag are too high. Hopefully Turin can strong-arm CA into getting dedicated servers. What a joy that would be. Alright, here we go. Here we go. We're up against Falling Star. Testing out the mod, seeing if I have a rough idea of how balanced units should be. My build's pretty normal. You sometimes play campaign too? Not lately, no. I am open to it if people send me disaster battles. Haven't gone any though. But yeah. Yeah. At some point, I usually play when like a DLC comes out. But campaigns kind of, I feel like I kind of figured it out, you know? They end up feeling very samey to me recently, but maybe I can dabble in them again and see if there's interest. Oh, you know what else we could do? We can queue on ladder. Intensity viewers are too good. We never get into disaster situations. Honestly, that's a victory in my book. Man. Kind of bummed out that I couldn't get more players, but admittedly, it is a bit of a spicy format. I think marketing-wise, I could do some stuff. A lot of people said that they don't want to focus on like a different meta when they're focusing, like, you know, they're trying to really grind to get onto like Turin's grand finals. In theory, it shouldn't be that different though, because it's mostly the super weak units. But you know, every build would be pretty off meta. Ready? So I guess it's fine. The other downside is getting people to download the mod, which is a little bit of a awkward extra step, but not too bad. I could also do a system where if both people agree to use the mod, then it works, but then there's some like mod switching stuff. I don't know, I'll have to workshop it. Hey, at least we have B6 up. Shout outs to B6 for being a Chad and taking the leap into the deep end. Looks like he has gone for. He did it. He went for Plague Monks. Very interesting. So Plague Monks got a -50 cost reduction. We'll see if they actually do well here or if they're still hot garbage. There's some guns in the distance, but he is dealing with a fully fledged Lizardman Fat Rush with Croak. All right, here we go. Honestly, I'm just happy to be running Croak. Interesting. So Ikiclaw has Flensing. Oh, he went with Death Frenzy. Hell yeah. Okay, now that's sick. That's sick. Ikiclaw with Death Frenzy. So that's a 1 minute 30% damage increase, 24 melee attack. Okay, so now I actually have to pay attention to who he uses Death Frenzy on, right? Oh wait, he's also full melee rushing. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Can I brace against his charge? Mini brace, I'll take it. Okay, all right, you know what? Screw the tournament, all right? This is very hype. This is incredibly hype. Okay, all right. I dig it. So he's really trying to make use of these changes. Imagine if Death Frenzy is still worse than Flensing Ruin. That'd be hilarious. Okay, so I gotta find the unit that he uses Death Frenzy on. And then I gotta... Oh, okay, there it is. So use Death Frenzy on these Plague Monks. I can counter that with a little bit of spell casting, a little bit of direct damage. That should hurt him pretty bad. Croak is pretty undodgeable. Holy crap, that damage though. It's gonna last a decent amount of time, but Croak gets a pretty solid hit on him. The name of the game is just rushing him down with my hordes of dudes here. Doesn't have a lot of range, so Pterodon should actually do fairly well too. A couple of rat ogres. Oh wait, no, the Death Frenzy. How long does it last? 23 more seconds? Okay, I might as well, I have to wait for the Death Frenzy. Death Frenzy would have been long gone if in the previous patch, so now I actually have to kind of respect it. Kind of terrifying, but that's kind of the point. All right, there we go. Pterodons are running back, and then we get these guys. Nice. Overall, not too bad. He does have some rattling gunners in here, though. Croak is doing fairly well, however. Plague Monks still are, they're still Plague Monks in the end. Unfortunately, the Plague Monks are kind of just sucking. I don't know how else to say it. Oh god, the Croak Itza-cast. Pretty good, pretty good. And that's going to be a big ol' route. The Itza-casts are actually pretty hard to dodge. You're still taking Croak. He is still more expensive, so... I don't know if this is OP. How much value is he at? 700. Yeah, it doesn't seem too crazy just yet, but... TBD on that. You know what? I'll get an Itza-cast over there and some rock drops. That should just kill him, right? Here we go. I have a double cap. Unfortunately, no triple cap, though. Oh, God. Really? Okay, all right. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So you got the rattling gunners. You got the teeth breakers and the rattling gunners over there. Kind of brutalizing my face. Nakai taking a lot of damage. I will say it is way less painful to take warp grinders now. Very interested to see them in. Let's see. I should be able to shut down most of these range. A lot of them didn't really get too many crazy buffs. I do lose Nakai, though, to the warp grinders. But overall, value trading's kind of close. I do have a value lead. I have a shutdown on most of his ranged. I will say, though, some of them got hella value, but... yeah, the Pterodons are doing okay. Now I have Nakai. Yeah, he's still alive. He's still alive. Okay, it's not a Lord Throw just yet. Let's see. How well do the Warp Grinders do versus Pterodon Riders, I wonder? He's definitely getting a lot of routes, which helps me out. And overall, the Death Frenzies didn't seem too powerful. Like, I think the Death Frenzy is scary, but like... I did kind of just run away from it in the end, right? So I don't really know if, like... I don't know, man. Is the buff Skaven still kind of sucky? We'll have to see. Yeah, these Pterodons are having a field day. Overall, double cap still doing pretty well. And Lord Croak. No, maybe Lord Croak is good. Maybe I should just run him in. Maybe I should just run him in normal play. I'm not gonna lie. Playing this battle actually makes me kind of appreciate Lord Croak a little bit more. Is he OP? I still can't really tell. I don't know. You guys think Lord Croak is OP? Did I make him too good? He only has 1400 value. God, alright, never mind. The Itzas look good because it's Skaven, but he actually doesn't have that much value. He's about paying for himself now, though, which is, I guess that's a plus. Sure, let's get these Feral Cold Ones in here. We should be able to shoot these Clan Red Spears up. Once I get a triple cap on them, we're fine. I don't have to worry as much anymore as soon as I can get that done. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Spamming Warp Lightning. Did he take Warp Lightning too? He also took Warp Lightning. God, that's kind of sad. He's spamming Warp Lightning instead of the Death Frenzy. Is it really think Death Frenzy's not that good? Is Death Frenzy really that bad where it gets like a double... It gets a double duration buff and he's still not going for it? I refuse to believe it. Croak is probably gonna die though. That was pretty good Itza, however. But yeah, Croak's probably gonna die. He does spend all my magic though. And he pays for himself and then some. It's actually not too bad. How much did he cost in the end? I forget how much he costed. Let's see here. We'll do a comparison price-wise. I think he was like what? I think he was like 1,500 for a caster, but he's also using the magic. I think it's not too bad. The Kai being dead though is rough. Ikiclaw's still around. But I do have the Umbral Tide. They can cook pretty well. How does Warp Grinders do? Actually not bad. Okay. Good to see. Good to see. He will probably be able to secure the middle. Although Pterodon Riders are amazing. No counters to Pterodon should help out a lot. Lots of damage incoming though. I do have this nice core of Lizardmen forces though. They will probably be able to stop these rat ogres from causing too much damage. Good kill on the doggos too. So I should be able to keep this point secured. I still actually have a triple cap on him. So that's pretty comfy. And maybe I just resummon the Kai. What's this? Clan Rat Spear unit. Skaven Slaves. Okay, one rock drop should just be able to kill him, right? Hey, let's go. Rock drop and a rear charge to finish him off. That should be fine. Yeah, and then I can just win this with Pterodon Riders. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. What? Really? Ikiclaw? He killed the Feral Cold ones? Dang. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm just gonna desummon these guys. I'd much rather have a little bit of mobility. That's a good route over there, though. So this point takes quite some time to swing over to the other side. Honestly, pretty fun tussle. Does catch my salamanders, though. I'm very bad at microing them, it turns out. Yeah, they're just gonna have to book it. He's not gonna capture this point, however. You know what? I think I do resummon the Kai. I think the Kai could really use a desummon or a resummon. Just get him back in here. Maybe I'll just snipe Ikiclaw. He does have no anti-air. And then once I have Nakai back, we're probably just fine. Fairly good shot. Fairly good shot on that end. And here come the Pterodon Riders. I could resummon Croak. Actually, Croak is only 1,300, dang. Is Croak OP? He's actually pretty good versus like these lighter infantry cores. I don't want him to be meta, right? I want him to be usable. So I might have to actually change his price. Although I feel like a normal caster would have also been very scary. I'll have to try out more games indeed. We need someone that isn't me playing Lizardmen here. Let's see here. Do I win on a single cap? I think I win on a single cap, so I can just play hard value here. Essentially just route off Ikiclaw. And then I should be fine. He does focus fire this one Pterodon Rider, but Ikiclaw is now gone. A little bit of an escort. Getting him off the battlefield will go a long way.
The enemy has captured one of your
And then I should have a fairly nice value lead victory. Although, dang, he actually killed off that Pterodon Rider. Kind of brutal, I'm not gonna lie. I guess I did force him to summon the Teeth Breakers, which is pretty cool, but... yeah, it's gonna be interesting. We'll see how Nakai does. Come on, stay in the bubble. Stay in the darn bubble. Okay, here we go. Can I get a rock drop on him? Oh god, no, not the Skaven Slaves. Oh, here we go. Hella rock drop. God, Pterodons are so good, man. I swear, Pterodons... people do not run enough Pterodons, man. Let's see. Yeah, now I'm just summoning in these dudes. Yeah, honestly, the Plague Monks, I'll have to check their values. This was a very melee-heavy game. If they didn't get their value back, Especially with the Death Frenzy, they probably need like 75 gold decrease, not 50. But yeah, Lord Croak, I think generally at his price point right now, 1,300 is a lot of money. Still, right? I'm not sure if it counts his items and stuff. Sometimes it doesn't. But, you know, considering he's also using your magic, you kind of expect him to get more value than he costs. Like, you know, with the super cheap spellcasters, right? Like a Flock of Doom spellcaster could get a lot of value too. Just way slower, much lower impact. But, yeah. I think, like, right now, Croak is, like... I would rank him about Green Knight tier, I would say. Where, at this price point, it feels like it's a big enough shift where you might just want to run Croak all the time. With a handful of situations where you don't run Croak. At least that's how it feels. Nakai feels pretty good, though. I don't feel... I feel like, you know, I could run a Mazdamundi or something. Like, honestly, against his build, I think I would have annihilated with the Shredder of Lustria build. I don't know, though. It's kind of nice. Hey, Capriolo Volante. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Much appreciated, good sir. We're getting a lot of support today. Thank you very much, guys. Let's see here. More cab. Honestly, pretty fun game, though. I liked seeing all this stuff. Unfortunately, Death Frenzy... Death Frenzy still felt a little lackluster there. I did have to micro against it. Like, there's a fight I could have taken with my cavalry against the Rat Ogres that could have just gone terribly. But, you know. Oh, man. Poor Skaven, though. Absolute. Like, the Plague Monks don't feel like, you know. I don't know. Maybe they clear zombies quickly? Like, based on that Plague Monk show, right? Would I really want to be bringing in Plague Monks? Do I really want to be bringing in Plague Monks against something like the Vampire Counts? They're still so susceptible to damage. They're so incredibly susceptible to damage that I really don't know. The Warp Grinders feel like they're actually in a pretty nice spot, though. Like, look at this guy. Look at that Warp Grinder. They actually get a decent amount of value. Look at that guy. Holy crap. Yeah, the Warp Grinders might actually be in a good spot, though. I feel like the Warp Grinders, in the current state of things, the Warp Grinders feel like they might be clutch. Because if this was, you know, at its usual price, right, it would have cost them 1,200 to get 800 value, which is pretty garbage, right? At their current price that I'm running right now, it would have cost them only 900 gold to get 770. Plus, it's a net that helps with your range tools. I think the Warp Grinders are really close to the spot I want them to be at. GG. I'm gonna save that one. Mod 1. How'd you feel about Death Frenzy? I'm really wondering. Yeah, 1,200 for 2 Warp Grinders right now. It's so garbage. Oh, he really liked Death Frenzy. Really? Oh, crap. I forgot to check values. I'm so sorry, guys. Also, yeah, Croak is 1,300. Really? I didn't even notice it except for the start. But also, I wasn't paying much attention. Really? He really likes Death Frenzy. Oh, maybe with the dogs? It good for the doggos? Maybe for the dogs? Yeah, Croak value was like almost 2k, I think. Definitely your caster should get more value than the money you put in though, because it's spending your magic pool. That's kind of good though. That's kind of good. I want to try, let's see here. What do I want to try? Nurgle. I can play Nurgle. Okay, wait, let's see. Rat Ogres and Death Frenzy seems pretty nice, yeah. What's like a fun faction to play against Skaven with? You know, I could play Dowie. It was good for the cavalry because his Rat Ogres never fought this long and this hard. Okay, I see, yeah. So the Death Frenzy, it really amped up his Rat Ogres to win versus cavalry, which is kind of what Skaven need, right? Huh. Alright, he can do one more, and then we'll see if someone else is willing to sub on in. So playing Dwarves next. Let's see, what's a nice map? Altar of the Champions? Sure, sure. But yeah, I didn't buff the Kislev ranged buff, because I think that spell's already at a fairly good spot. What I really want to try is Dowie. So Giant Slayers in theory should be pretty good at killing armored infantry. They should be pretty good, but they shouldn't be cleaving through infinite dudes. The big thing that I buffed was the Rune of Speed. So Rune of Speed is now 90 seconds, and you can overcast it for 2 minutes of Rune of Speed. Will it be better than Wrath and Ruin is the big question. Honestly, Wrath and Ruin doesn't do that much. But also people don't really run rune magic a lot anymore. So I'm really itching to see if it does anything. Dora can give a nice aura buff. Does he really need it though? Not really. Although, you know what? Sure, we'll take that. I'll go for Giant Slayers. I want to see if I can actually speed amp Giant Slayers enough to shut down Skaven. Otherwise, it's going to be a fairly normal build. Oh yeah, I did buff Ranger Great Weapons. I have no idea if this is a good unit or not. Speedy Dwarves. Absolute speed demons. Could even take some Doom Seekers. Alright, yeah, what if I just get like an insane Slayer core? What if I just get an insane Slayer core and then just like bum rush him? Just straight and murder his face. Because with the speed buff, they actually should be able to get a lot done, right? Cast Rune of Speed on the Thunder Barge. I think on gyrocopters, it's possibly OP. It's possibly OP. I'm gonna get the gyrocopter just to see. What values did you change? Yeah, there's a mod list. I have it over here. You can check it out if you want. It's multiplayer, just to use Elite. Brush, you have a very... If that's your view of multiplayer, I think you might need to adjust your viewpoint. Speaking as a person that won the Grand Championships, I feel like multiplayer is not that simple, but in a casual match like this, yeah, you could totally just spam Elite units. Not that it would work really well against Skaven. Unless I'm misreading you, in which case my bad. Anyways, I really wonder if the Insanity Speed gyros is just crazy. So Rune of Speed normally, how much did I increase it by? Rune of Speed, I increased it to what? 3x duration, yeah. I'm increasing it to 3x duration. So this is quite a long time. Oh boy. Hey, if it's OP, it's pretty easy to just adjust. Are gyro bombers still overcosted for what you get? No, they're actually in a really good spot right now. Really good tech piece to kill chariots, I find. Yeah, it's 45% speed. It's insane. So you can get your gyrocopters to 145% speed. I think they speed cap though. It's kind of hard to tell. We'll have to see. But yeah, I don't want this to be like OP or anything though. So after this stream, I'll probably have to adjust a lot of the values, but that's kind of the fun of this. Okay, so I have a ton of blasting charges, and he's gonna have a bunch of Skaven, you know, Eshin dudes and all that. Let's see. I can't risk just dying horribly to Eshin units, right? So if it's not blasting charges, it probably has to be Slayers. Slayers don't trade that well either. Longbeards are not terrible. Ironbreakers are really susceptible to a lot of their shenanigans. You know what? Yeah, maybe I do just go for another giant slayer. Why not? Get another giant slayer in there, and then probably just rangers and more air. You can get a lot of anti-air, but you know, just take a million gyrocopters, why not? Goblin hewers, nah. Although I probably could have buffed them too. Yeah, last I tested against gyrocopters way back when the Rune of Speed was introduced, it didn't really buff them that much. It did not really buff them that much, but I'm interested to see where this goes. Here we go. Are Ranger great weapons cheaper than normal Rangers now? Does that make sense? Yes, Ranger great weapons have way less range than normal Rangers. I don't know why CA feels like decreasing a unit's range. And yeah, they get more damage. But like decreasing a range unit's range and increasing their melee stats, right? The unit is supposed to be a range unit, right? You don't want it in melee. If you have your range units in melee, that's typically a failure of the unit, right? So why do they cost more? It's, you know, you actually, like, you never see Ranger great weapons. Like, almost never. So real interested to see. Now, I got the Rune of Speed. I have my gyrocopters and I have my Slayer Core. Typically, dwarves can't catch Skaven. Goblin hewers with the Rune of Speed. I wonder how that pans out. Alright, here we go. So typically dwarves can never catch Skaven. We'll see if they're able to catch them with this bad boy. So I can overcast it. Get that duration increased. And then maybe that'll just help these guys cleave through them. We'll see though, we'll see. Does he have any anti-air? He has probably more than just one Giselle, right? 5. Yeah, he has 4 stealth units. That's a spicy meatball and a half. Giant Slayers feel pretty good to use though. I feel good about that.
Keep it from the foe.
Vanguard working out pretty well. Okay, here we go. Yeah, you guys pull back. Screw it. Get out of there. Okay, here we go. Gyro bombers, sure. Run. Run. All right. So here's the play. group up the Slayers. We're gonna group up the Slayers, and they're gonna cook. I swear it. They will cook. Oh god. Alright, he had a couple of those dudes. Alright, here we go. Get him, boys! Get him, beat him up! Beat him up! Okay, so I have 2 minutes of this. I have 2 minutes of this madness, and then it's gone. For a while, probably. Oh, look at them go! 55 speed Slayers. Alright, so normally the ability would already be close to running out at this point, which would be very sad. Oh god, the forbidden tech. Okay, honestly, double duration is probably fine. So by now it would have run out, and that would have been pretty sad. This is pretty crazy. 50, holy crap, 72 melee attack. Okay, yeah, okay, that's probably a bit too crazy, isn't it? I think double duration is just fine with this. Holy crap, though, do they shred. Yo, honestly, I feel like the rune of speed, I feel like it checks. Holy crap, though, they're annihilating. They're actually just annihilating. And it's still going. Okay, yeah, this is kind of crazy. It should not last this long. This is kind of absurd. All right. All right, good to know, good to know. Let's get these boys over here. Let's see. Yeah, they should be able to fire away at the Death Runners. Come on, run them down. Whirling blades. Okay, and then I can just go over here and just bomb drop them into oblivion. That should go pretty well. Unfortunately, I kind of friendly fired my own rangers, but it's okay. Yeah, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Slayers are slaying. Slayers are slaying just fine. Although the rat ogres on them is a little unfortunate. I wonder if they'll pay for themselves though, despite the rune of speed. Also, it has a massive cooldown. So you really only get like one cast of it, and then it's kind of over. Don't know how I feel about that. I will say though, gyro bomber's pretty hype. Holy crap. God, Death Runners are kind of annoying. Well, at least I have the middle. And I maybe have the side point. Death Runners, get out of there. At least it can't be resummoned very easily. Okay, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I have Rune of Doom. I can cast that again when the next big tussle drops. Okay, now where are his Death Runners though, right? I know there's somewhere here. There's somewhere stealthed around. I think it's more fun to use different rune spells, yeah. So if you take another rune spell, you don't really get mitigated that much. Because you can, you know, your actual cooldown on rune magic is different from like this cooldown. So if I use multiple, it's not that bad. Like I could use that. I could use the rune of, you know, the damage rune and this one, and it'd probably be fine. Giant Slayers have done pretty good, too. Oh, but he does have his Giselles here. Okay, we'll back it up. He does have a couple doggos. We'll just hit him with the blasting charges. There's the capture points, and there's his Death Runners. Unfortunately, I'm really out of position to deal with them. I guess I do have a couple Rangers. Trading-wise, it's not the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, I'll tell you that. I do have another Rune of Speed soon, though. And it doesn't seem like he has that much, you know? You got another unit routed off. I guess you would expect Skaven with all their routes to down trade at least a little bit. So that's not too bad. Man, this Rune of Speed, though, the cooldown's hurting me real bad. Alright, so there we go. We get our blasting charges on these guys. We just want to kill the rat ogres. We just want the rat ogres dead. Holy crap, man, the cooldown. The cooldown hurts, man. Feel like an ability with such a long cooldown, it's not that bad that it has a really long duration. But I feel like there's some crazy stuff you could do with it. If you like really start blobbing up or something like that. Alright, there you go. Oh, yes, death globes? What a mad lad. Okay, so he does have death globes. I will have to manage that. You really route off my rangers on the flank too? That's crazy, man. Oh god, this matchup's still brutal. Matchup's still brutal. Gotcha. Skaven slave spears. Just bomb drop him. And here comes his flares. Brutal. Do I have another rune of speed though? I do. Okay. So we'll get that down over there. We'll see how that does. Gyro bomber, unfortunately, not really able to find too many targets. If I resummon the giant slayers though, they might be able to cook up the rest of what's actually on the field though, right? God, those death globes though. Come on, slayers, you got this. Yeah, honestly, the rune of speed on this long of a cooldown is pretty rough. It's pretty rough, I'm not gonna lie. Although I don't know how it does with gyrocopters. It's a hard maybe. There's a lot of unexplored space with it. And if you're mix and matching your runes, then definitely it gets a lot better. Okay, here we go. Giant Slayer's time. So they'll be able to crush it. And I do maintain my 2 points. That's good. Just gotta, keep getting these guys in. Unfortunately, trading is atrocious. But hey, you know, Giant Slayers definitely are. I think the Giant Slayers are good. Let's see here. Especially if he's unprepared for them. Oh, dang it. They full died, though. Oh, God. This matchup's terrible. Let's see here. Okay, you know what, Giant Slayers? You're heading over there. I got a couple Rangers back. Hell yeah. I can get myself some gyrocopters to maybe snipe Ikiclaw. Okay, it's just one Death Runner, bro. It's just one extremely battered Death Runner. How bad could it possibly be? Giant Slayers are doing good on the flank. Gyrocopters are doing okay over here. Let's see here. What we got? I have Thoric holding up the middle. That's nice. Okay, we did get the Death Runners. That's actually a big win. I kind of need something like that if we're gonna be doing this. Okay, gyrocopters. Living. Okay, and then if they route off the rat ogres, we should be fine. Oh, interesting. Wolf rats. Wolf rats from our poor boys. All right. Hey, this is going not bad though. Look at that ranger flank. Gyro bombers are out of ammunition, but you know, Ikiclaw, he can start getting chased down. Maybe there's a chance. Yo, honestly, Giant Slayers at you know, at a cheaper price feel not bad. They do actually have more HP than normal Slayers. So they do tussle fairly well for themselves. Okay, little archer volleys. Doing fine. Roasted Toasty on Ikiclaw does negative damage. Oh god, alright, here we go. How my Giant Slayers doing? Fine enough. Thora can go for the Death Globes. Man, I'm almost tabled though. I almost got no more units. I don't even think I can kill Ikiclaw. You know what? More Giant Slayers though is not a terrible deal. They seem not bad, you know. Thoric is a beast too. Thoric's pretty beastly. What are these? Rangers? Okay. Come on, Giant Slayers. You know, capture weight, like ticket-wise, it's not as bad as you think. God. Empty ammunition Jazales, though. Holy moly, that's a bad time. Okay, so those are other Death Globes. That's not too bad. So if I get our Ranger unit over here. The blasting charges are back. We roasted Toasty, his super elite boys. Get the fear on. And maybe he doesn't have the composition to actually tussle here. Death Runners look super fun. Did you buff them? No. It's just the Dowie problem. It's just the Dowie problem. Ugh. Let's see. Alright, more Rangers. Hell
The
yeah.
enemy has captured one of your victory points.
Alright, you got a victory point. Totally fine, totally fine. Some nice routes over here. I will say, though, those Doom Flares are going to be a problem. But Thoric's doing well enough. Honestly, I don't know if the Rune of Speed is actually paying for itself here. Even, like, if you just account for the gold cost. I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of hard to judge. I think in general, it will probably have a place even if it was this strong. But it's still kind of questionable. Like, I don't know, man. It's really hard to tell. And I don't want these wolf rats to rally, so we'll just get a dude there. Trading wise is actually evened up ever so slightly, which is nice. His death globes are a little bit off my back finally. Unfortunately, my gyrocopter is again kind of brutalized. Alright, here we go. One more for the road. So what if I speed boost the gyrocopters? Okay, they get ludicrous speed. Oh, they just net up a howling warp gale though. Dude, my speed boost. My speed boost. Alright. So be it. Such is life. This is simply how the matchup plays out. Let's see here. Yeah, so he's capturing that point. At least Thorax a chat. Giant Slayers are doing okay. They're doing fine. Given that I think this is their second summon, it's not that great. But, you know, they're kind of holding. I'm triple capped though. We're dead. Yeah, I think hard maybe on the Slayer action. I feel like the Slayers almost were actually really clutch. Skaven get to pick and choose their fights in this matchup. So if you go super wide, you leave yourself open to a lot of shenanigans. But I feel like this is almost winnable. Because of the Rune of Speed? No. Probably because the Giant Slayers are way cheaper. I think they are not bad as long as they're not getting super focus fired. As long as they're not getting super focus fired, it's not terrible. Rune of Speed is still active on this. Only 138 speed though because they're winded. So it's not like that fast, but it's like, it's a nice boost. The thing is, though, it will also result in some really cheesy dwarf builds. Like, I think Rune of Speed is best used on gyrocopters to just make them an absolute indestructible menace. For, you know, 2 minutes at a time. But, yeah, it's not as bad as you'd think. Alright, GG, well played.
You have been bested. There is only
I think it was not that bad. GG. This Giant Slayer got 2,200 though. That's pretty hype. But yeah. Alright, anyways, B6 has to tap out. If anyone wants to sub in, feel free to. We are experimenting with the mod. The incantation of desiccation having triple duration could be good. Let's see here. It has to compete with Cursed Blades. But yeah, anyone can join in. You know, you can meme or whatever. I'll play, you know, I can meme up harder depending on your skill level. Let's go, Crafty. Alright, we're going all out. Okay, so the Incantation of Desiccation lasts 2 minutes now, but it's a 15 Winds of Magic spell. It should be fairly expensive. Really interested to see how this one goes. So we'll put Sutra on a Sphinx or a Steed. Horse Sutra for the win, right? Let's see here. He's going Grand Cathay. So I tested out this ability fairly extensively. And I found it pretty lackluster compared to the Incantation of Cursed Blades. This for 5 Winds of Magic can get you 1,500 damage worth of value. So this has to compete with that. And this has a lot more counterplay, so. We'll see. The Overcast is not really worth it. Doesn't really make it last longer. But it's essentially a Mega Helm of Discord for 15 Winds of Magic. Real interested to see if I can make it work. We'll do a border low landing, why not? Yeah, 2 minutes though. So the biggest thing is like you can probably plop it on their single entities. And you can win that way. Alternatively, you have a lot of infantry here. The Bone Giant's 100 gold cheaper. I still don't think it's worth running Bone Giants, but you know what? Bone Giant, High Road Titan. Double Bone Giant, High Road Titan. Hell yeah. And then we'll spell amped the Cursed Blades with the High Road Titan. Amazing. All right. After this, let's go for North. Oh, wait, no. Obviously, I have to run Kalita, right? Kalita for 1100 is pretty cool. Let's see. So she can still take My Will Be Done. We'll take the curse on her. So she's essentially the same cost as the Vargulf. Better abilities, but less HP. And Venom Staff, sure. Alright. A pretty decked out Kalita. Then we go for a Lore of Nehekara caster. We're only going to take this spell, because of course we will. And then the rest is just absurd numbers of infantry, right? Oh, this will be interesting. How'd the two Necrotechs kill your Greenskin Lord earlier, or was it the Sphinx? I think it was mostly the Sphinx and an infantry surround on him. I think Skarsnik counts as large, and maybe he had some anti-large on top of him. A little unfortunate. But it's fine. Alright, so my cavalry just absolutely can't outduel his cavalry. So I think it's a big misplay to take Nehekara Horsemen. And instead, I should just go for like a really strong melee core. And just play super tight around my Bone Giant High Road Titan squad. And then mayhaps they will be okay. You know, yeah, just skeleton spam, get these guys in, yeah. This should be interesting. But yeah, putting it on single entities will be very interesting to see. Yeah, no snakes. Ushopti are just better. Alright, let's see this. It would be pretty good. Like, so basically, the spell, if you can get it for the full 2-minute duration in a melee, it's very good. The problem is you can only put it on one unit. So let's say you put it on a single entity, and they have to stay out of combat for 2 minutes. How valuable would you rank that? Like, would you pay 15 Winds of Magic to keep a single entity out of combat for 2 minutes? But they don't take any damage. It's cheaper than the price of 2 Spirit Leeches, so maybe it's fine. But then cycle charging helps out a lot. Like even Kairos with cycle charging can be pretty spooky. No idea what your build is? Hell yeah. Good luck, have fun. If Everything is OP, nothing is. Well, the hope is I'm not making it OP. Ooh, you brought a buff spell? Alright. Alright, let's take a look-see. Still though, I will say, I think Old Pit of Shades is probably better than anything we've seen so far. Alright. Although I will say the Death Frenzy was really interesting. Be real cool to see more Death Frenzy shenanigans. Alright, ready! Here we go.
Warrior Queen. High Queen Khalida.
I feel like the Bone Giants.
The serpent strikes.
I feel like the Bone Giants. I don't know. I don't know how they fare. Khalida's hype though. So what? In this build, I saved 500 and I saved about 800 gold with this build, which is quite a bit. But the Bone Giants are gonna have to more or less completely pay for themselves, or it's not really gonna work out too well. Oh crap! If the Green Guardian gets too close, I can't shoot him. Honestly, Green Guardian at 1600 is pretty high. All right, here we go. Fun fact though, the Green Guardian's missile reflect does not apply. Oh, you hit the tower. The other one didn't though. Hell yeah. It doesn't apply as long as you're not in range of it. So for the Bone Giants, it's actually not that bad. All right, so we'll get some of this action. There's our capture. Hell yeah. Buff Vangeist Revenge. There was a request on changing that up. Making cast times lower for some spells. But that's a little bit too in the weeds for me right now. Oh yes, cannons. So I guess I kind of have to push them. Okay, now here's the big question, right? So typically these Jade Warriors would be pretty spooky. Oh god. Okay, what'd he bring? Okay, he doesn't have anything too crazy. It's fairly normal. Whoop. Got a dodge. Got a big dodge. Alright. Yeah, typically I'd be a little bit worried about fighting these Jade Lancers, but what if we use the debuffs? What if we use the debuffs? Will it work? Bone Giants can actually snipe artillery too, by the way. Oh, did he bring no. Okay, so they didn't bring any of the cool buff spells. I do have Khalida though. She's been memed on for a very long time. Okay, so if I just cast it here, right? He could technically just retreat. And I don't know how well they'll actually do. Bone Giants are sniping the artillery very nicely though. So there's the debuff, minus 28. That's pretty hype. Let's see how much of a difference it makes. Khalida's doing pretty good. Xiao's actually getting a little bit bullied. You know, if I take this fight inside the bubble too, I think it would actually be pretty great. Okay, nice. We got one route. Xiao transforms. I can melee Bone Giant though. You just capture my fire point? No, I just never captured this one. And so far it seems like it's not going that bad. The melee grind, I'm like taking like no damage with this. That's pretty good. Now, you know, compared to Old Pendulum would have just deleted these guys immediately. So it's definitely weaker than that. But today's magic is definitely much weaker. Zhao, wow, Khalida's actually kind of a Chad. Are you guys seeing this? Chad Lita, holy crap. She's actually kind of cooking. She doesn't have any healing though. She has to make use of the Realm of Souls, so I can't just leave her in a bad situation. That part's a little unfortunate. Can I kill the Green Giant though? Or do I just try and disengage? Oh god, the Zhao. Come on, Kalita, you're supposed to be a good duelist. All right, my Ushabti still died against the Jade Warriors, even with 7 melee attack. I don't think anything else killed my Ushabti. God, that's kind of sad. They didn't do any damage to the skeletons, though. I find it has the ability has a really strong effect on units' ability to do damage. Although, man, they really killed those Ushabti, so it doesn't make them indestructible. But it was not the worst thing in the world I've ever seen. Kalita's doing a fairly good job. The Bone Giants can just leave the radius of the Green Giant here. And then we can retarget Zhao. You succeeded with the clickbait. What did you do that CA couldn't? I did, I put out a massive balance patch to try and get units usable. One of the big things was actually buffing bloated corpses to maybe usable now. Along with a whole host of other changes. And buffing up, the, what's it? Buffing up buff spells so that they're also usable. Someone actually told me that Death Frenzy was really good now. Maybe even OP, but he's not even sure about that, despite it having double duration. But you know, this is one of the only times. It's one of the only times people have been actually excited about a spell like that. All right, so Zhao's getting pretty low now. Okay, so this is the big play. So if I just hard debuff Zhao, what does that even do for me? One wonders. You know, he kind of died before I could make the full use of the spell. But hey, you know, I guess he's shut down for the foreseeable future. That's kind of hype. Can I just kill him? Honestly, that was kind of a waste of 21 wins of magic. That was kind of a waste if Zhao was going to route anyways. Kind of a misplay on my part. As hype as it seems. Honestly, I think I just haven't really been using this spell to its max efficiency. But hey, we killed Zhao, double Bone Giant, you know. God, this is terrible. This one, not as bad. Plunk him down. There we go. No more Zhao. We got him, boys. All right, so Zhao's dead. And in the end, actually not too bad. I think the Bone Giants are pretty bad in this matchup overall. Did the Green Giant do anything? The Green Guardian? Still didn't even pay for his reduced price cost, but... yeah, I don't know. Like, these Crane Gunners got as much as the Green Guardian. And I don't think... I guess they have been in the fight for a little while, but... I don't know. It is kind of easy to ignore his aura, too. His little bubble. Well, you know, it's kind of interesting. Kalita, though. Kalita definitely paid for herself. Kalita definitely paid for herself. Oh, dang. Killed one of the Bone Giants. Yeah, Bone Giant minus 100 gold cooking. Yeah, look at that. They obviously serve a much more important use than just raw value, but I must say a little disappointing. A little disappointing. Kalita's not bad though. She's actually fairly well statted and pretty fast. So she would actually contend with Horse Cetra on this stat line. She also has more mass, so hard maybe on the Kalita. She's not a spellcaster though, so I did have to take a separate spellcaster. But you know, it kind of went okay. Would you guys say that Kalita was more impressive than Cetra in this battle? Probably more impressive than Horse Cetra. But maybe not like a wowza. She definitely fought Zhao surprisingly well. That was pretty cool. Yeah, she has AP but no anti-large. Also, doesn't Horse Cetra have AP? I think she did pretty well. Ugh. Just can't get in focus real hard though. This is Bone Giant's really cooking. Hell yeah, 1200. Got the 1200 Bone Giant. Other one absolutely died, but he had to summon cannon, so I guess I'll take the trade. Green Guardian looking pretty rough. And there we go. Nice. And then now we throw this down to normal cast Uskeps. That gets his cavalry down to no stats, right? As it normally does, by the way. The big thing is the duration, right? Its duration is way longer. So it can't really just be ignored. Unfortunately, he can't just run with his cavalry. But it does shut down his Jade Lancers for a little bit. At this point, it would still be lasting. So this, you know, this doesn't really apply. This doesn't really do anything that it wouldn't normally. But now the extended duration is kicking in. And he's just not going to fight and capture the point. All right, well, that kind of makes sense. It's kind of so like this is the thing about debuffs, right? You can just kind of ignore them by just not fighting. Was it worth 15 Winds of Magic? You know, you could say that I just didn't use it properly, or maybe there's not enough targets here. But you're basically playing 15 Winds of Magic to force a disengage, which I think that feels about right. It's really only bad if you can force the engagement. Like, I think if I had cavalry, like Nahakar Horseman, and I used this and fought his cav, it would be pretty devastating for him, right? Also, Khalida with the 2K, hell yeah. Khalida doing good. Now, what do I do about this cannon, though? I don't think I can do much. In the end, he loses mostly because Zhao's dead. You find it funny when debuffs last like 3 times as long and still aren't that good? Like, it's not bad. It's not, you know, like, so for 15 Winds of Magic, if you add on 7 more Winds of Magic, you get a Buna, which just outright kills the Jade Lancers. So, like, honestly, a Buna at like 2/3 power is probably way more worth it, right? Than what the Incantation of Desiccation that did there. I think it would still exclusively be used against single entities, because you can just disengage most of the time, right? And then the moment it wears off, you just go back into the fight. So, like, the counterplay is definitely there. I don't know. It wasn't amazing, right? Like, remember, this costs as much as pre-nerf Pavane of Slanesh. It costs 1 more Winds of Magic. Let me tell you, Pavane of Slanesh would have dumpstered that Jade Lancer unit, right? Hyrule Titan was actually pretty good. I think Hyrule Titan more than paid for itself. At its original cost, it'd be a little sus. In this game, it was actually a good unit. The Bone Giants were kind of a toss-up. One got countered, the other one got to shoot Zhao all game. And the damage spread was pretty good. At the current price of Bone Giants, it's crazy that one that survived all game shooting Zhao would have only barely paid for itself. I think 1,600. Oh wait, no. They were never mind, they didn't cost 1,800, they cost 1,600. So honestly, 1,600 was not bad then. 1,600 is not big. Honestly, with such an expensive unit, 100 gold doesn't make that much of a difference. But hey, it makes them a little bit more usable. Curse of the Midnight Wind 2x duration. I don't know about it. Yeah, it's kind of sus, right? All right. So that's Tomb Kings. What's like a real interesting one? Slanesh. I nerfed Pavane by a lot. I balanced it around. Oh, what? It didn't. It's not changed? Crap. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to go change it again later. But it's supposed to be the same cost as Buna. Unfortunately, that change did not get in. Spamming Hand of Glory. That's true. High elves. Okay. How about this? Some high elf shenanigans. I really want to see if Swordmasters and Phoenix Guard can actually do anything. As long as Charox has the time. Let's see here. I just have to do some moderation on my channel. 1 second. Server settings. Why don't you use Kalida's ability? Didn't have the opportunity to, and the green giant would have reflected it. Play Slanesh, please. Oh, I'll play Slanesh. Oh yeah, Karavir did say he had something crazy against Slanesh that he wanted to try out. Okay, so I'm not gonna run Pavane. The Insanity Hysterical Frenzy, 1 minute Hysterical Frenzy. I might as well run that just to see how it goes. This might be really good for single entities. We'll see. 40 melee attack is a bunker buster and a half. So we'll get the soul siphon. All right. Let's see here. Ooh, the cheaper Chaos Knights. Okay. He has a build though. Let's just see what he has against just a normal Slaneshi build. I'm real interested to see. We'll go Itza. Classic map. Usually his front line. Front line can be pretty spooky. So you want a pretty strong frontline killer. What's the best way to tear up a Cathay frontline? So like this is obviously just for balloon spam. You kind of have to take this because balloons will wreck your world if you're not careful. The Marauder Horseman should be good enough to handle most of it though. Other than that, there's not that much more flying you can take, so you do have to be a little careful. I guess we'll take some... You know what? Sure. Take some Forsaken. We'll bring the Beguilers. It'll just be a big old fat rush with some Hellstriders in reserve. And some... Do I need the Marquee of Masochism? I don't think I need more single entity killing power. I'm pretty sure I have enough. Exalted Demonettes are hard maybe. They kind of get melted by spell casting. So, yeah, I think they're just terrible. I think they're just a terrible choice. Screw that. Honestly, I'd rather have Chosen of Slanesh. Yeah, okay, you know what? It is just gonna be a Forsaken game, isn't it? It's just gonna have to be Forsaken. Breath attacks are like way too risky to go up against. And they potentially are just game enders. So I feel like I really just have to do this. Alright. Let's see it. Apparently Karavir has a sick build versus Slanesh. What are you looking forward to at the Skull event on Thursday? Was hoping I'd bring Pavane. Dang. The Skull event. The thing that I'm most looking forward to is just knowing what the DLC is. Hopefully getting more hype for Warhammer. It's good for viewership. All right, here we go. Chaos Knights go hard here. Well, they did get buffed by yours truly. Let's take a look-see. So I'm just gonna go for a quick cap on this point and maybe just rush him down at the beginning. What on Cathay can deal with Chaos Knights? Honestly, Crowman. Crowman have absurd stats. So for the cost of one Chaos Knight in vanilla, you can take one Crowman and one Jade Lancer. A Crowman Jade Lancer surround will absolutely kill Chaos Knights. With Plague of Rust, it'll kill Chaos Knights with no losses, basically. And when the only thing stopping you from losing 1,500 gold is Plague of Rust and 2 units they always take, you're gonna be in for some trouble. Now, we did take a Magistrate Sky Junk. Okay. So, yeah, I think I just Fat Rush him. I think I just go for a big ol' Fat Rush. Hopefully kill off all these guys. We're sending in the Furies. So, the idea is, if he takes Long Marauders, I can just kill him. Yeah, so there's the Crowman summon. So I actually want to try and bait him out into landing on top of me. Alright, so I just YOLO my Lord in here. And then we rampage him down. And that should just get him murdered, right? Lord's doing fine. It's just one Crowman unit. Javelins are doing great. Oh, he does have the Air Mortis engine. That's kind of funny. Okay, there we go. Seiken are doing fine. Air Mortis engine is kind of cooking, though. It's actually kind of cooking. I gotta shoot him to death. Screw the Furies, man. So it was just hard bait, right? It's just hard bait to get my Furies to dive him and die. Honestly, pretty clever. We will be able to kill his Lord nonetheless, though. And then we'll have to see how this pans out. So the Forsaken are just distracting from my Marauder Horsemen to cook. We already got his Lord fairly low. Nice. God, the Furies die quickly, though. Oh, Nelly. Oh, Nelly, the Furies die quickly. Alright, so that's pretty good net. His Lord's dead, at least. There we go, alright. So now I just gotta kill this, and then I'll be okay. I have a double cap. That should be good enough for me. Oh, Nelly. Alright. Lord's taking a lot of deeps, though. Wish I had Pavane. Value trading's terrible, man. Oh my god, dude. Dumpstered me. Dumpstered, I'd say. Are the Furies gonna cook? No, he has Crowman on me. Alright, yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. Alright, how do I pull this back? I didn't use Hysterical Frenzy because I was wondering if I could win without it. Seems like the Sky Junks are pretty brutal, though. He baited me into bringing Furies. I'm gonna bring more. It's kind of crazy because I think he wins the air dominance game. I'm gonna have to use one of these spells. So we'll Hysterical Frenzy them. I'm sure he's going to bring back his Lord. I think that's what he's waiting for. Hysterical Frenzy should do pretty well, though. It should be able to kill off his Crowman. And then with a couple more Furies, I think we'll be okay. There we go. So Crowman are dead now. I do still have my Marauder Horseman. That's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. We did rout off his Peasant Horseman over here. Hysterical Frenzy's doing okay. Now, how does Crowman trade into my Furies, though, I wonder? Holy crap, Crowman delete Furies. Holy crap, that was with Hysterical Frenzy, too. Oh my gosh, the melee shot into the Sky Furies. Holy brutality, alright. Okay, I see what he's putting down here. I see what he's putting down, alright. Yeah, so if you bring Furies into this build, you get dumpstered, right? I think that's what we're experiencing. It's good to know that it's good to at least learn how to play against this build, but god dang. God dang, yes, Slanesh underpowered, please buff. So it's double Sky Junk, and then you don't even bring in the Longmas. You literally just kill her. You just win with the thing. You just win by debating them. Now, an Azazel here would be way better. But not everyone brings Azazel against Cathay, right? What I can do is I can try scrapping back with the tickets. So, like, you know, in the end, they still just sky junks. They can't really do that much. Let's see here. Yeah, I got some Forsaken here. Holy crap, never mind. That was artillery shots. Artillery shots are brutal. What the crap? All right. So he has an Alchemist here. All right, I see how it is. Celestial Dragon Guard. No wonder they're holding so well against my dudes. Gets a big ol' AoE over there. It's fine though. My lord should be able to win that. I'm gonna run out of units though. He's gonna kill my lord. Come on, heal, darn it. Oh, he didn't heal. Oh god. Alright, well I have no units left, but I do have 2 capture points. He has double sky junk. I wonder if the proper strat is to just stuff them up and go wide. I feel like if you go wide and triple cap, then it'd probably be better, but I don't know how wide builds go into the usual Cathay action. Yeah, the sky junks did a lot of work on me. All right, here we go. So yes, Celestial Dragon Guard. Okay, yeah, so you went for Celestial on the ground, win the air game, and then you're probably gonna up trade. So the only way to win against this is to just capture all the points. I think the Marauder Horseman is absolute bait then, right? You just can't take Marauder Horseman. You just can't play against us. Oh boy, what a massacre. The Fury summons were like, you know, just... I thought the Furies would trade into the Croman. The Croman did insanely well with the Harmony bonuses. Yeah, I think you got me. Alright, alright. Makes sense, makes sense. Well played to Craft here. God dang, crazy sky junk build. But yeah, I think you literally just have to not fight it then. And just play it super slow. Do you want to play that again with Pavane? Now I'm wondering. I feel like same build, but with Pavane. And we just play it out normally. We don't have to play it again though, only if you want. If you win again though, then it's a scary build. Tarmakon on his Toe Dragon mount, go Mobility Nurgle. I was wondering about Mobility Nurgle. Send me a replay of that game? Sure, sure. Let's see here. Warhammer. Replays. Should be the autosave. The thing is though, if you get someone to cast it, you have to, if you get someone to cast it, they have to download the mod too, just a heads up. There's your replay though. Yeah, it saves as your autosave, so it should be fine. Yeah. Give Craft here the channel. Dude, it's a spicy build. It's really easy to misplay against that build, which is generally the workings of a good build. Yeah, do you want to replay though? I wonder if you run into someone that knows not to throw their Furies, I wonder if you can still win it. Only if you have the time though. If you win again, then I'm sold. I'm absolutely sold. But I think sending in the Furies and just kind of YOLOing them was like a huge value loss. Do people not play ranked ladder anymore? People do, but there's no good matchmaking, sadly. Dang, alright, you can't play. Alright, well, we'll see if we have anyone else that wants to sub in. I have many other factions to try. We can play, I'll play as, let's see, what's a nice faction? What's a chill faction people can go up against? Yeah, anyways, the build does save in your folder if you want. I'll play Empire. The only change they got was Nuln Ironsides are a bit cheaper. That's it. Uncle, okay, fine. Unky Frunky, alright. if someone wants to download the mod and the Total Tavern map pack, you can play against Uncle Frunkle. I'll need to see if anyone's willing to play, though. The Uncle Frunkle at 1600. Is there a chance? Is there a chance? So it's Uncle Frunkle and the Chaos Knights are cheaper now. Tarmakon on his Toad, full monster mash it. Okay, what if we do Uncle Frunkle as a centerpiece, Tarmakon and this thing? I need someone to join, though. I need competition. High Elves with Hand of Glory spam. Savage Orc spam with Here We Go. I would love to try it out. If you're not good, I'll play with the gold handicap. Or whatever else you want. Or I can meme it up. Uncle Frunkle, Great Unclean One action. Fleshy Abundance. Oh, yeah, yeah. Curse of the Leper. I'll do just Curse of the Leper. Can we do Conquest mode? Sure. If you want to do Conquest mode, do it. Although this is not balanced around Conquest. What changes did you do to the High Elves? I gave them way less. I gave them way cheaper Sword Masters, Phoenix Guard, and Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers. Gotta wait for Steam maintenance. Steam maintenance? Does that mean you can't download mods? If we can't find anyone, I can always end the stream and keep working on the mod. It's fine by me. Dang it, everyone has to wait for Steam maintenance? No! No! Error, failed to host game? No! Or is it just the mod? Oh, what a ripoff! Ah, the Steam Maintenance Tuesday. God dang ripoff. Alright. A shame, but there's a lot of things I want to work on for the mod. Yeah, alright. We'll have to call it a day then. Ah. Yeah. If you have suggestions for buffs, let me know. There's a lot of units I could see play. There's some things that I have to tune down, probably. Dang, alright. It's fine. Now that my PC's working at full force now, I have a lot of time to get some working. Oh, we will be hosting another tournament tomorrow. I will need to find a way to get people to actually sign up, though. So I only had 4 people interested, and one of them didn't even know that it was modded. So that's a little bit of a problem. Even on really bad days, you know, 10 signups is at least doable. So I'll have to work it out. We'll figure it out. But I do really want to get this stuff tested. It's kind of hard, though, because you have Turin's grand finals coming up. So I could do something a lot more moderate. But that's so boring, man. The thing is, though, all the competitors really want to win Turin's next grand finals. I'll figure it out. I'll give it a big think. Maybe I just stick to my guns and say screw it, you know? Just say screw it. Host at the normal time. Good for the European time zone, and then just slowly build up. Slowly build up the community. Should be good. For now, though, I'm gonna end the stream. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow. Is there someone I can raid, though? Let's go ahead and take a look. Mercy the Mad, he's playing Warhammer, hell yeah. Alright. I'll raid Mercy the Mad. Customization, redirect. Mercy. Mercy the Mad. Been a while since I caught him playing Warhammer. Lamian Vampire Gangster Queen. Hell yeah. Check him out. Does Warhammer streams. Does a lot of Warhammer, you know, in general too. Peace, peace. Have a wonderful day. I'll see you tomorrow.